Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are here for day 5 of the second test match in the Ashes, and this test match is setting up quite nicely for an exciting final day of the cricket. At the moment, Ben Duckett at the middle. He recently brought up the 50 runs off 67 deliveries. He is going to be facing off with Mitchell Starc. The Aussie quick has already been able to get himself 2 wickets in that first session. They were bowling at the English last day, but begins, says Hanoi. Let's go the English, says a relaxing Kiwi. But yeah, it's going to be an entertaining one. England, they require 257 runs to win. The Australians, they require 6 wickets. Now, interestingly enough, over the last 3 days, there have been about 15 wickets taken in the first sessions combined. So that's about a 5-wicket average per first session of a day. Aussie will be liking their chances here, but Mitchell Starc, first ball, it's short. Ooh. Well, it was supposed to be short, but it didn't really carry through too much. And I believe we will see quite a bit of short stuff from the Australians throughout this final day, just because it's been the tactic that's actually worked the best for both of these sides throughout the Ashes. Day 5 of the Ashes, welcome to the Kiwi land. Says Brandon at the moment, Australia 85% chance of winning this one. England 14% and the draw only the 1% at the moment. One thing's for sure, if England manage to get through this day, they will have the runs on the board because 256 in a day for any side, let alone a side that score normally very quickly, should be heavily doable. But that is going to be a nice single taken by Ben Duckett, moving up to 51 now. Crease with Ben Stokes sitting on 29 off 66 deliveries. Now, they lost a few early wickets yesterday, England. They wouldn't have been too happy about, but some fantastic bowling from Pat Cummins, fantastic from Mitchell Starc, that unplayable delivery to Ollie Pope. Greendew has got up the Aussies there, and Hamish, I'm watching at home instead of the pub, as thought would rather have your commentary than the pub music. Says Hanoi. I do appreciate you tuning in, mate. Do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat right now, your prediction. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Australia or is it going to be England? For now, we're going to take the draw out of the equation because it's a nice sunny day. They should be able to get through the overs required. So I would say we're going to get a relatively full day of play, and the English only really need to score at about 3.3, 3.5 and over. It's heavily doable, but Ben Stokes on strike now for his first delivery of day 5. Oh, that's left alone. And that one did not carry through either. 143 Ks, but there's not a lot of carry in the surface at the moment. Did you catch or did you think catch last night out? Says mainly minimal. I heard about it. I didn't actually get to see that one, though. They're talking about it here, and they're actually showing it now. Unfortunately, the way that the rule is, it says that you're not allowed to let it touch the. Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because I actually said it for a wee while about how, like, a catch is a catch, and yeah, it's an interesting one anyway. But I saw that brilliant bit of batting from Nathan Lyon and Mitchell Starc when they were at the middle late in the Aussie innings. I was watching that one at about maybe 3:30 a.m. after doing pretty much a full day of editing. And yeah, it was a lot of fun watching those last few overs. The intensity between the two sides was certainly there. I think Oz will get 2 wickets in this session, and then they'll win by the end of day, or by the end of the day, says Hanoi. Also, we have got the Hamish emojis there from Brandon. At 3:30 a.m. That was actually an earlier stage. I actually only got to sleep at about 7:30 this morning, because I edited after that stage till about, I think I finished editing at 6 a.m., then went to bed, and then, yeah, watched a little bit more of the cricket that I had missed while editing from bed. So, yeah, relatively late night. So, yeah, it's certainly a talking point for that Mitchell Starc catch, because he was celebrating it. Who was the man who would have been out? Was it Duckett who would have been out? I think it was, wasn't it? Now, 4 down currently, the English. They lost Root last night. Oh, that's close. That's very close. Inside edge, maybe. Is that why the umpire hasn't given it out? I think I just heard someone say bat, but that was a very good delivery from Mitchell Stark, getting that one to tail back inwards towards the pads, into the over. 115 for 4. Still plenty of variation in the ball, though. What happens here? Just comes back in, inside edge. Yeah, that's why it wasn't given out. I believe it would have been close to the right height, but once again, bat involved. Steve Smith liked it for half a second, then realised there was the bat. End of an eventful first over. Who's batting at the moment? It is Duckett on strike now. Ben Stokes was the man on strike for that last LBW shout. Pat Cummins coming back into the bowling attack. It was Cam Green last night. Finished off the day. Right, Australia, by the looks of it, there's going to be probably a few short balls at some stage in the near future. That just seems to be the tactic that has worked throughout this Ashes series. I know that they were talking about it, that it was the Aussies' tactic in the first innings that they were bowling to the English, and they said that that was why England were bowling it in the next innings. But it was actually the English in the first Ashes Test match that it was effective, and they decided to stick with it. The catch wasn't out by the laws of the game. Clearly caught it in and secured it, but the rules are clear. Andrew Strauss scored it right by calling it lazy fielding, and Ponting agreed, says Simon Wood. Yeah, it's always an interesting one, isn't it, when it comes to those catches, because, like, luckily in some regards, that's one of the more clear cut ones in terms of that ball has touched the ground, whereas it's those ones that the ball lands on the fingers and it looks like they might have touched the ground that people always get annoyed about, because it's like, in slow motion, it always looks like the ball's got something on the ground, but then because the pitch is a little bit elevated, sometimes you can't quite see. But yeah, that one was nice and clear that the ball was pretty much sliding along the turf. Cummins now on across the body of Stokes. What's your opinion on the strategy of this test match, says AP? I mean, it's shown that both sides, short ball bowling is effective. We know Neil Wagner's been doing it for ages for New Zealand, and it's been an effective weapon for him. But, 3 out of the 4 paces are all bowling short now in these test matches. And they've been slowing down the run rate, and they've been picking up wickets. So it makes you wonder, will they change that tactic other than fatigue? That's the main thing. How long can you bowl short for before you get too heavily fatigued? But that will be Stokes' first run of the day. Now moves up to 30. Working it to leg side, fielded by Josh Hazlewood. And yeah, 100%. Ponting was also saying the Smith catch was less secured or controlled, but given out. If anything, maybe you'd say there's an issue with the rules. I think so. But then it's always, rule books are weird because there's normally so much information. It's the same with rugby. You look through the law book and you see all these things that you're like, it needs interpretation as well. But sometimes, like, the rules are just written out that clearly that it's like some umpires, they look hesitant to say, yeah, the rule book says this, but then in the end they have to follow it up. The rule of catching is similar to wingers. A fullback's tapping the ball back in rugby, says Hanoi. Duckett currently on 52. Hamish, what's up? I was busy for 2 days. Now I want England to win from here. Can they do it? Well, they certainly will need a decent opening partnership between these two. And like I mentioned, we've had 3 days where the opening session has resulted in, I believe the first day it resulted in 5, the second day it resulted in 6, and the third day it resulted in about 4. So about 15 wickets falling in the first 3 sessions, the first session of 3 different days, which means that England potentially could be 9 down by the end of this 2-hour stint, which I hope's not the case, because or else then this test match would be very close to being over. But, I mean, the only thing that would benefit is my bedtime, because it would only be finishing at around maybe 1 a.m. rather than last week's game that finished at about 6:30 a.m. I believe we stopped streaming. Is it true anyone who gets a ton or 5 wickets at Lords gets their name on the honour board in the club room? I believe so. I think they've got quite a hefty one. That was a nice straight drive from Duckett down the ground. It's going to be cut off by Labuschagne, so they will just take the one. Do you think rules should be more clear? Like, if anything touching the ground, then it is not out, irrespective of the body control or anything, says Diritesh. Although the problem with that as well is like anything of the ball touching the ground sometimes can come down to the third umpire's interpretation. Like I know that that's why the Shipman Gill catch that Cam Green took, that caused controversy all around the world. It was made worse because it was England, oh sorry, not England, India, who did have it happen against them. So of course the conspiracy theories all started up there. But you know, it's like in club level cricket, you go, did you catch it? He'd go, I think so. And you go, okay, I'm out. Because it's international cricket, the players just stand at the crease, plant the heels, and go, well, I'm not going until I'm heavily proven that it is. It's a great pull shot from Ben Duckett. But like, because there's so much involved in the international cricket side of things, like all these decisions have massive impacts. And, you know, sometimes from one angle, it looks like a finger has the ball on it. From the other angle, looks like the ball might have grazed a little bit of grass. It was quite funny because me and Dad were covering some of that test match. And then I was like to Dad, how do you think we can change the problem of the ball, you know, touching that blade of grass when it's just being caught? And he came back with a reply, just don't have grass in the outfield, which I mean, not a bad idea, really. At least it will get rid of that problem. It's just the clay, wouldn't it? Or the dirt, have it like a tennis court out there. That's whipped nicely off the pads for Ben Stokes, and that will be his first boundary of the day. Whips it down to square leg, and where the pitch invaders lucky Stokes didn't punch them, says Hanoi. I mean, one of them got bulldozed by a security guard, which I mean was slightly, as bad as it sounds, it was entertaining, wasn't it? And Bairstow carrying one underneath his arm off the field. Can you do another career mode on Rugby Challenge 4? A team in the Bunnings NBC says Green do. I know that the Bunnings NBC itself is coming back very soon, and we're hoping to do a couple of live streams of matches in there. I haven't actually played Rugby Challenge 4 in quite some time, though. Is the only downside. That's a nice drive again from Stokes. Keep the head down. Got it under the eye line, and that will be another 4 runs. Back-to-back boundary for the English. We should hear about the Bulldogs versus Knights. If not, Bulldogs won 66-0. Geez, so a lot of one-sided affairs in recent times. I was like the Warriors game in Napier a few weeks back. Here's Hanoi. This was a nice shot using the pace of Stark, and it was just a little bit too full there from Mitchell Stark. You know how strong Stokes can be when he's playing off the front foot. Just gliding that one down the ground for 4, and Stokes needs to repeat his Edgbaston Test heroics, says Coding. And Knights won, not the Bulldogs, says Xavier, and Cowboys won 74-0. Says Green do. That one's pitched up, and once again, work to the leg side. That'll be just the single. I thought he was going to pick up another 2 there for Ben Stokes, but he's gone from 29 to 39 very quickly. I mentioned that the pitches look that good for both sides, that is why we're seeing so much short bowling. But I believe to a certain extent, the reason that, you know, maybe we've seen a lack of movement and whatnot in the pitch is because no one's pitching it up. You know, they haven't been persistent with it. Travis Head, I don't think he's been bowling too badly. Same with Joe Root, the 2 part-time spinners. Pull shot again from Ducker. Works it away. Brilliant fielding there from Steve Smith. Full outstretched dive. Now managed to get away with 2. Was at Headingley, says Diritesh. And Paul West Tigers got totally demolished in Townsville. It's the biggest margin in NRL history, says Green do. I know, luckily, I've been a Cowboys fan since I showed interest. My parents told me I used to be a Broncos fan, but that is sensational work from Steve Smith, saving 2 runs. And I mean, every run here could be absolutely crucial. Currently, England, they need 241 more runs to be able to walk away with a victory. And this over has been huge. They've been able to get themselves 12 runs so far. And that's worked away again for the single. 13 runs off the over. Bazball 2.0 starting to fire up here at Lords. That'll be the end of the 34th over, 131 for 4. So that was a very eventful over. And I mean, was it bad enough that Mitchell Stark will now get taken out of the bowling attack? the big question. Cummins was pretty solid from the other end, didn't go for a huge amount of runs. How many overs do they have for the day? Says Hanoi. I believe at this stage they still have another 87 that they can complete. But theoretically, it's got up there about 100 and 106. But yeah, I don't think they'll quite get through all those. Maybe about 100 if they're lucky. But England needing 240 more runs to win. So I would say we won't get all the overs in for the day anyway. It's either going to be England chasing down the runs or it's going to be Australia bowling out the English. Now Pat Cummins bowling to Ben Duckett. It's quite deep in his crease. He's tried to play the pull shot and actually ended up chopping it straight down with the bottom edge. He rolls about 3 or 4 meters. When do you think Australia should commit to short ball tactics? I think, to be honest, they're probably not too far away from it. But the slight problem is, I feel like Ben Stokes and Duckett, they quite enjoy a short ball, but then it seems to be that it slows up the runs if they're not willing to attack it. And because it's Bazball, and that's the mentality of the players to go after the ball, you may concede quite a few runs in the process. But it might be the way they have to go to get these wickets. Nicely played by Ben Duckett again, who's winning the Super Rugby next year, says Greendu. I think it will heavily depend on who everyone signs for their new season. If England win this test, they will complete this run in 2 sessions, says Coding. Yeah, theoretically, that would be at about 2:40 a.m. New Zealand time, somewhere around there, I believe that would be. And I mean, they'll be pretty happy with that. Yes, says Diritesh. Oh, peach of a ball there from Cummins. That one ended up seeming slightly away after swinging in. A little bit of a smile from Ben Duckett towards Pat Cummins there. Highlanders vs Crusaders is the final. There's Greendu. Are we going to cover a whole day if it goes to that? We will be, yep. That is the plan anyway. What do you think of the new World Rugby Tournament announced? It shuts out the second tier a bit, says Hanoi. Yeah, it seems to be very beneficial for the top teams. Not so beneficial for the others, but then maybe that will eventually lead to a similar competition format for the smaller sides, perhaps, like some sort of like first and second division, if that makes sense, hopefully. Yeah, 2026, still 3 years away, so plenty of time to smooth out the creases and work out what they're going to be doing for it. 34.4 overs down. So plenty of time for England. The fact that they are already on 130, though, means that they are still scoring about maybe around that 4 and over. Who's winning the Rugby World Cup, says Greendu. I mean, there's a lot of sides that are in the running. I think probably about 5 or 6 sides have got a real decent shot of being able to walk away with the World Cup. Shot from Duckett straight to the fielder, though. Nicely done by Marnus Labuschagne. Yeah, it's a tricky one, that is for sure. I feel like it's one of those sides in the group or on the side of the draw with Ireland, New Zealand, France, and South Africa. Just have that little bit of a feeling. But saying that, they might all exhaust themselves from going head to head. And then, maybe the sides on the other side of the draw, such as in England, Australia, any of those guys might get the little bit more momentum. Duckett now on strike. Plays the pull shot nicely. Gets it out towards deep mid-wicket. That is going to be a long run round the boundary for Usman Khawaja, and he doesn't get to it. Another boundary for England. The Rugby World Cup is also on my birthday, says Greendu. Where would you rather watch a test series, in New Zealand, in Aussie, or England? Says Hanoi. Well, to be honest, it's probably out of Australia or England, which sounds pretty harsh, but it's more of because I know that the ones in New Zealand are slightly more easily accessible for myself, like if it was in the future. So I guess a series in England would be pretty awesome. Being able to watch a series or a whole series in Australia would be great as well. We only got to go to the Boxing Day test match in 2019, I think it was, which was Australia-New Zealand. So only a day of that, whereas I would have loved to be able to go to the full test match series. Crusaders won the final 25-20, says Xavier. Also, NZ says Greendu up the Satyrs. Stokes 11 away from his half century. This man can get 100 on the board. It would be massively beneficial for England in terms of this run chase. Currently still requiring another 236, though. That is quite a large amount. They're going to have to go for at least a session and a bit before it gets down to that 100, I would be thinking, although it's very hard to tell. England, if they score it about 7 runs and over, could keep on going over. Hamish, I believe this year the Boxing Day series is Australia versus New Zealand. Says Xavier. Is it? Be all right, wouldn't it? Is the Boxing Day test match going to be in Australia, though, or is it going to be in New Zealand? Now, Stokes. Oh, it's uppish, but does end up bouncing twice and then hitting Pat Cummins. Already actually got a black eye from earlier on in this series, or earlier on in this match when he ended up getting hit in the head with the ball. As the Ashes getting a bit more coverage, New Zealand media this time because of McCullum. Maybe a little tiny bit, but because it's all in the middle of the night, I feel like there are less Kiwis who are actually keeping an eye on it. And if they are, they're only watching a couple highlights, and then that's kind of it. But yeah, I'd say that because Brendan McCullum's involved, like the cricket lovers are going to be keeping an eye on it anyway. Oh, that's down leg. Umpire says not out. It's hit Stokes on the foot. He's having a stare down with Mitchell Starc. Saying a little bit of reverse swing. I think it was going down leg side. I don't think it's worth going upstairs. Starc was pretty keen. Still 3 reviews remaining for the Australians, though, so maybe could have afforded to try it out, but I think at best they would get an umpire's call as not out for that one. Nah, one was going to be missing the leg stump, but I think New Zealand says Xavier and Aussie says Greendu. Ben Duckett taking off the gloves. Hopefully didn't do any damage to Stokes' foot. 3 balls remaining in this over. He was bashed around the park just a little bit ago in that last over. Went for 13 runs. This has been a lot better from him, though. Not allowing as many runs to be scored off him. Let me check Cricket Australia for you, Hamish. And Ashes are getting coverage all over the world because I know competitive cricket is happening anywhere now. Says Diritesh. Yeah, until we get into that World Cup, I feel like everyone just wants cricket to be back. And with the Ashes, it's a little bit of a prelim, but a lot of people would call it the main event as well. But it's kind of like a prelim heading into the cricket season, if that makes sense. Like, I know that from watching this, I've been like, right, couple more months, and then we're back up training, ready to go for our cricket season to get fired up. And, Peach. Beautifully bowled by Starc, getting that one to swing slightly away. Stokes, big smile on his face. He knows that he was beaten by that one. Quite a bit of swing on offer there. But yeah, for that cricket season, when I do end up playing again, we are actually going to be doing our GoPro cricketing on the channel. I've got one video actually edited that I haven't released yet, mainly because I actually don't know when to release it. It'll be at some stage once I roughly know when we're starting this season so that I can have it building right up to the start of the new season. Here comes Starc again. Oh, big call and no there from Ben Duckett. End of the over. Much better one from Mitchell Starc there. 135 for 4. Greendu abandoned. Has written Greendu abandoned. Interesting. Which is the biggest rivalry in cricket? England versus Australia, India versus Pakistan, or New Zealand versus Australia, according to you? There's going. I mean, I still am the biggest fan of the Ashes out of the 3. Like, it's always great when New Zealand play Australia, but I feel like the Ashes is just in a league of its own, you know? Like, there's just that coveted prize of, to earn. And yeah, for as long as I can remember, it's been the Ashes as the more competitive series, it seems, and the most entertaining as well. So I'll go the Ashes. There is a reason we stay up till like 6:30 a.m. on a weekday to be able to watch it and then sneak an hour of sleep and then go to work. It's worth watching. Pat Cummins now charging in. Short ball, Duckett pulls beautifully. And that is once again going to test out Usman Khawaja out on the boundary. He's been able to tap that one back infield. They will just manage to get themselves the 2 runs for that one. What was better, Highlanders final in 2015 or gotta wait for the next part of it. By the looks of it. Okay, at the moment, average versus pace when it's full is 64. When it's short, 47. So I believe they will start to consider maybe bowling short to him very shortly. They're just showing the dismissal in that first innings. It was actually David Warner who took the catch from deep fine leg. He's got the top edge, but World Cup final 2015, I'd say probably the better out of the two, if I had to predict. 63 off 84 deliveries for Duckett. That one, I think he was slightly anticipating it being full as well. He's been able to bat quite well throughout this Ashes series. Hazelwood currently warming up. Manu did end up dismissing him in the first innings. That was when he was just short of his 100. Already throughout this matchup, getting over 150 runs. Cummins, the captain, he has been able to do brilliantly with the ball in hand, with the bat in hand also. Nicely worked to the leg side. Are you having cold? Your nose is red. Probably. Either that or hay fever, but one of the two, most likely. It's probably from so many late nights watching the Ashes. Body's probably not loving it too much, to be honest, but it only happens once every 2 years, doesn't it, the Ashes? So you kind of gotta put up with it. Like Dan Vittori, he was looking half asleep there for a second. New Zealand spinner. Morning from South Africa. Says Rudy, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well. Oh, good ball again. Not a lot of carry going through. To Alex Carey behind the stumps. That looked like it was probably bouncing to him on the second. Who's going to win the World Cup, do you reckon? Says footy edits. Right, so footy edits. I assume you're not talking unless you're talking the Women's Football World Cup, or are you talking the Rugby World Cup or the Cricket World Cup? It's hard to tell. Could be any of the three. Jet Cricket Australia and the 2023-24 Australian series as against Pakistan. I watched the whole test day 4. Cricket says footy edits. Well, with it being in India, that's had a lot of carry there that time compared to the previous delivery into the over, 137 for 4. Yeah, with it being in India, they're certainly going to have that advantage. To be honest, it's probably England, India, or Australia at the moment, I would say, are the 3 real front runners. I'd like to think New Zealand would do all right, but they are struggling a little bit in terms of who they're going to be selecting in their side. Pakistan, normally not too bad. Yeah, I'd say probably one of those 4 teams. They need some ideas for Sunday lunch, says Rudy. Well, what have you got in the fridge, Rudy? What types of items have you got? New Zealand will win this game, says Pads Blaze. David Warner 300 incoming if he retires after, says Xavier. Right, 2 slips in a gully for the Australians. They've got the mid-wicket. It's an interesting field set. Makes me think they're going to do some relatively pitched up bowling again here. Ball still, it's 37 overs old. We're seeing a little bit of short stuff from the Aussies, so that's worn down on it a little bit, but there's still quite a bit of swing available. I feel like if they can get one of these 2 here, will massively open up the door for the Australians. Wonder how much that last wicket partnership between Mitchell Starc and Nathan Lyon could impact this test match, with England only needing another 234 runs on the board. Oh, there's a little bit of an attempt at an appeal there for it going down the leg side. One thing is for sure, West Indies will not play World Cup until 2027, says Coding, and shop around the corner. I just need some inspiration. Okay. Well, that's, what do you like? What do you enjoy eating? Is there like a meat that you like the most that you want? I think Mitchell Stark saying that thought it might have been out, but he wasn't completely sold. You're right, says Green Do. Are you streaming the full day, says Ahmad? That is the plan. Are you staying for the full day, Ahmad? Do let me know. Who do you want to win the Ashes, says Footy Edits? I'd like it to be close. It's hopefully going to be an eventful series where we get quite a few results, but Australia, they are going to be hard to beat. They've shown that with their bowling attack, but now that they don't have Nathan Lyon, I feel like that slightly opens up the door for the English. Maybe get back into this series, make it 1-1. I'd love for it to be 2-2 going into the final game, though. I feel like that would add so much suspense, and that would be, brilliant to see. Stokes currently sitting on 39, 84 deliveries. Starkey started to find his rhythm here, pitching the ball up quite nicely. When does he decide to drop it short? Does he go for one of those ripper Yorkers? It's the Yorker, and it's hit Stokes right on the foot. The umpire's given it out. He waited an eternity. Ben Stokes goes up straight away. He thinks that he's hit it. I think by the looks of it, for Alex Carey. He just had a bit of a chat with him. Ben Stokes goes upstairs. He's got a painful foot here, though. I think he got it right on the toe. Chance of the winner World Cup, says Dirty Tisho. How much New Zealand do you think? They haven't got the greatest percentage, I would say. As a Kiwi, you'll not want Aussie to win the Ashes, right? How come? I feel like there's a bad rap for some. That, tell you what, the bat's got to get. Yeah, he got the inside edge. So that will be not out for Ben Stokes. Umpire took a very long time to think about it, but I think Alex Carey knew relatively quickly that there might have been a bit of bet on it. Evening, Hamish, no chance. The English can win this. Root was the only man who could win this game for them, says Peter. And exciting, says Diritesh. Please don't be out, says Footy Edits. Ben Stokes hit it straight into his foot, unfortunately. He's taken a little bit of a jump. He's going to have a big bruise on the side of that one. See, Hanoi you had out. You might have been a little bit quick without Hanoi looking at the timing of it. And there, so be sure not to go too quickly before we react. Maybe a brainy or biryani? What is a biryani? I feel like, is that a South African dish of some sort, or is that just something that I should know what it is, but I don't? Match is getting exciting, says Diritesh. It is. Now Mitchell Starc. That one to swing away. Crowd letting out a bit of a cheer here, but they'll be very happy that Ben Stokes is still out in the middle. Yeah, that would have hurt. Unfortunately, just hitting it right into his foot. Umpire took a very long time to think about it. It's an Asian dish. Biryani chicken with rice. And yeah, I didn't see the video challenge, says Hanoi. Yeah, Stokes making the face of a man who's just been unfortunately hit in the foot. That's like an LBW that I actually had to give as an umpire recently. It hit the batsman on the foot, and I think he broke his toe. I did give him out. It's a shame Sky Sports is so much, says Footy Edits. Well, if you've got a VPN, there is actually the option of watching it on free-to-air with TVNZ Plus. So yeah, if you've got a VPN, you're all good. New Zealand, where are you watching the Ashes? TVNZ Plus, because it used to be on Spark Sport, but then they actually changed that. So yeah, now we're watching on TVNZ. And damn, need to wear steel cap shoes, says Hanoi, although they don't really let you do that because, of course, then ball goes absolutely flying. I've actually got some cricket shoes that I originally thought were cricket shoes, and then I realized that they're also sold as hockey shoes. So I don't know whether or not they've got a bit more protection in the toe, but I haven't broken my toe yet from batting, which is good news. I think I've been hit on the toe though, and I didn't actually feel it. So hopefully they continue that way. I'm in the UK, and Sky Sports is showing it here in the UK. There's a mark. That's going to be a nice single taken by Ben Stokes, just seeing the gap, slightly hobbling a little bit, not just because of that knee be playing up as well. Duckett, 63, Stokes on 41. This has been a brilliant partnership building for the English. After we did see a few early wickets falling yesterday, we saw the wicket of Pope. We saw Crawley go out for only 3 runs off 6 deliveries. We also saw Joe Root get dismissed and Harry Brook going back to the changing sheds. Cummins trying to get this one to go just across Duckett. Another short ball. Played it well, though. Kept it to go along the ground. Out to Kawaja in the deep for the single. And Stokes could win it for us like he always does. Says footy edits. And my mate just ordered curry to watch the cricket. Now I'm starving. Says Hanoi. That's the thing. Depending on how many sessions this goes, like England at the moment, they need 231 runs. So definitely doable in the amount of time that's remaining as long as they don't lose those wickets. More than likely, this day of cricket will probably end at about maybe 5:30 a.m., somewhere around there, if England were to be victorious. Another run taken there for Stokes. That Matty Renshaw is out there on the park. That is due to that injury of Nathan Lyon. Sadly, has got the calf strain, and he's played 100 consecutive test matches for the Australians. Doesn't look like it's going to be 101 though. So pretty awesome that he's been able to get to the 100 matches in a row. That is thoroughly impressive. Cummins, 3 ball left of this over. That one was actually swinging quite nicely. Another quick single taken by England, and they won't be minding this too much because this will just keep on slowly adding up those runs, picking down the total that they require. And Stark must be getting tired soon, says mainly minimal. Although with the fact that he's been close to getting a couple wickets, that might just give him that little bit of extra juice in the tank to be able to bowl 1 or 2 more. But yeah, at some stage soon, I think he's going to slow down a little bit. Waving the line again. He was running in from in the deep and then ended up straining the calf. He actually batted yesterday in what was a pretty impressive performance. He was on one leg. He couldn't actually run at all. He had to hop a single when the ball didn't quite go over the boundary. But him and Stark managed to get about maybe a 20-run partnership, which could be crucial in the whole scheme of this match now. Stokes is a big player. He performs big every time when the team needs it. Says Coding. Oh, that's going to be a no ball from Pat Cummins. Do you think Stokes will get a 50? I mean, he's on 42 at the moment. He's had a couple chances early on today that have gone in his favour. So I think he's got a pretty decent chance, I would say. Did his calf like Roger Tuivasa-Sheck or Caleb Clark, says Hanoi, or Mark Talia, although not quite. Mark Talia did it a bit lighter, didn't he? Just a calf strain rather than the calf tear. Advancing down the wicket there, Stokes has got the edge, and that will go away for the 4 runs. Wide of the cordon. And once again, they are ticking over runs quite nicely. Will Nathan Lyon bowl today, or is he out from the Ashes? He's pretty much out. He won't be playing in this game. It's just a question of whether or not he'll be back for any of the others, but I don't believe at this stage he will be. How would Boland go today? Be good if they could rotate him in. Says Hanoi. I mean, he probably would go all right. Old Scotty Boland. How long is Lyon out for? They don't know yet. All they know is it's a severe calf injury, is what the physio said to him. So it's a pretty significant one, I would say. So that is why it's more impressive that he actually went out there and risked doing more damage, which I actually believe he did at one point. Yep, Lyon helped them get another 15 runs, but it won't matter now. Full credit for him going in. Oh, he could not have it. Could not even have a runner. That'll be the end of the over. 147 for 4. England have actually gone up by I think that's 4% now, more in favour of England, 19% chance of them winning this test match from here compared to the 80% for the Australians. Is it difficult for England to win? Yes. It would be one of the higher run chases that we have seen throughout 2023. In fact, would be one of the higher run chases we've seen throughout the last 10 years or so. So, yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't be easy for them to win, but this partnership has now gone up to 102 runs from 158 balls, so no problem in terms of the run that they are scoring, the rate that they are scoring them. It's more just having those 6 wickets in hand, because we've seen 40 minutes of this session. I mentioned already that day one of each of the other, or first session of the last 3 days have led to about 15 wickets. Nicely worked. If England chased down 378 before, I know that they had a big chase up against, I think it was India, but I couldn't tell you the exact number that it was. Can be really hard to get over calf tears. Might have to have plaster to mobilise his leg, and then the leg weakens. There's Peter. Yeah, calves are always a very tricky one. ACLs, MCLs, anything around there that's doing either tendons or muscles in the lower leg, you're normally out for a little while. That was actually what my dad did. He tore his calf muscle, and then from there, actually had to retire from playing cricket. So, they can be brutal. So hopefully it's not the same fate for Nathan Lyon. Pitched up nicely. Ben Stokes hits it down the ground straight to Marnus Labuschagne. It's to a dot ball. Still 141 Ks at the moment for Marnus. Well, sorry, not for Marnus. Marnus would love to bowl 141, I'm sure. But for Mitchell Starc, so getting them down there quick enough. Thanks for answering all our questions, says Footy Edits. No worries. Hopefully I gave decent enough answers. Oh, sorry, I actually missed one though. I missed what time is it in New Zealand? It is currently 10:42 p.m. So the last ball, I believe they can bowl at about maybe 6:30 a.m. New Zealand time. So we've still got another maybe 7 or so hours remaining, if not maybe even more. Solid from Stokes. I see that the sun's out at the moment at Lords. Fantastic to see. Last thing anyone wants to see at the moment are some clouds coming over with some rain. Which will start quite a impressive pitch map. And quite the variation of length. Seems to be that the Yorker is the more dangerous delivery, though, from Starc throughout this innings. And it was actually that real full pitch delivery that got Ollie Pope out. Wouldn't mind doing the same to Ben Stokes here. But once again, Stokes goes after the short ball. Pulled away, well fielded by Travis Head. They will just get themselves the single. It's 11:42 in England. There's Footy Edits. Yeah, it's quite a nice time of the day to be watching some cricket in England. Yeah, it looks relatively good weather for now. I'm wondering when Travis Head will get added into the bowling attack as well, because you've got Hazelwood, who can still come back in. Cam Green wasn't bowling too badly last night. They might give him a crack at some point. You don't have Nathan Lyon anymore, so I'm thinking Hazelwood and Head might be the next duo that they decide to go with. See if you can get that pitch spinning a little bit. Duck it. Like an awkward pull shot. It was actually a lot above his head out on the offside. Tried to hook it towards the leg. That is where the gap is. One ball remaining of this over. And already it's been 45 minutes of this session. So if we are going to see the 5 wickets falling, they would have to be in relatively quick succession in the next little while. The only way that this session gets extended is if England are 9 down. Is Head better than Root with the ball, says mainly? Oh, they're a bit similar. Oh, well fielded again by Steve Smith in the outfield. They'll be just the one. 150 for 4 now. Yeah, I mean, he's very good at the attacking bowling mindset, Travis Head. Root's quite good at once he finds his line, he can just persist keep it right place, right time. Whereas Travis here tries to go with a little bit more variation, I would say. So they're kind of different spin bowlers, but same in a way because they are both considered as not really main spinners for their sides. When do you think Stokes and Duckett will get out? Says Footy Edits. Well, for the sake of the test match, if they can both get their, like, Duckett gets a century, gets another 33 runs, that would be ideal. Stokes gets his 50, it'd be great. I mean, even if he worked his way to the 100 as well, I mean, that England only need another 120, but here we go. We've got the 100 overs to win, but I don't believe they will be able to get through those 100 overs. Am Green now. 4 overs bowled, 10 runs off him. I believe they're going to be going with the short stuff from Cam Green. Yeah, banging it into the track straight away. Duckett works it to the leg side out to Steve Smith. They'll take the single, and this is where England are doing something very well, and that is not allowing the bowling to keep on bowling to the same individual. Like they're saying they might consider bringing Smith in, try and get it, maybe keeping one of them on strike. Google really doesn't think it will be a draw. Yeah, at this stage, it's either going to be England get the runs or Australia get the wickets. The chance of a draw with no rain around is very, very unlikely. Unless the short stuff bowling, similar to what we saw England do up against the Australians, unless the short stuff can actually just completely mitigate the run scoring. If they can slow them down to 1 or 2 and over, maybe England start to get a little bit more attacking mindseted. And I mean, when Bazball's in attacking mode, it's normally scoring about 10 and over. But, if they're only scoring 1 or 2, they'll definitely want to boost it up to 5 or so. After a little while, Stokes hits the ball nicely, trying to pick the gap. Smith misses. Stark fields it on the boundary. Another big divot in the outfield to be replaced by the ground staff. Mitchell Stark repairing the divots. Now, I will mention the reason he is repairing it, we saw Ollie Robinson. He didn't repair his in the outfield. The reason you see Mitchell Stark doing that is because Stark is quite an avid golfer. So he's had to do that a fair bit on the fairways. And you kind of, when you see it happen, as a golfer, you just get used to going over and trying to repair it. I'd say windy at the moment, and we need to keep that in mind. Says Footy Edits. How windy is it at the ground? Is it about, how windy would you say windy, like 30 Ks or somewhere around there? Or is it, I'm trying to see if I can see anyone's hats blowing in the breeze or any representation of how windy it is. The players' shirts don't seem to be rustling that much. That's gone out to Steve Smith. Fields it well, but that will be 50 runs now for Ben Stokes. Very well batted. Like I said, he loves this kind of run chase. 217 now to go for the English. 29th Test 50 in 94 matches, 1200s he has been able to get himself. Means maybe about 40% of the time he goes on to convert to the 100. Strike rate of 50.5, so about where he needs to be. Oh, Duckett tries to swat it away once again, working it for the single in the north of England. It's very, or in the northwest, sorry, of England. It's very windy. We post a tennis ball a few hours ago. These Footy Edits. Yeah, pull shot. Very good from Ben Stokes. Didn't look too uncomfortable at all with that one. Bairstow will be the next man to the middle. Then after that, they do start to get towards that tail. Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson, Ollie Robinson, and also the youngster Tong, who didn't last too long in the first innings. But you'd have to say these three, Stokes, Duckett, Bairstow. Those are the three that once they lose them, Aussie are certainly in the box seat. Even when they lose one of those guys, Aussie get to be a little bit more in the box seat. But it's interesting to see that in the second innings, Ben Stokes actually almost averages double what he does in the first innings of a test match up against the Australians. So he loves when the pressure is on. Hazelwood, he is going to be continuing his bowling figures from 5 overs bowled, 20 runs, economy of 4. At the moment, the Aussies, they're just trying to work out how to get this next wicket. When England were in the same scenario, 2 set batsmen, they actually went to the short stuff. And I believe Australia, they might be considering the short stuff as an option here. But they haven't gone completely committed to a short field. That is the interesting part. They still are giving the runs away. That is a fantastic shot from Duckett. Gets it away to the boundary. And at the moment, he's just playing it a little bit too well. You notice that with quite a few of the shorter players around the world in cricket, they're very good on the short ball because most balls seem short when you are one of the shorter players. I remember back when I was playing, well, I wasn't even supposed to be playing in this grade. It was like the next grade up. And I was very short compared to the rest of the players. And they kept on bowling bounces at me. So everything was pull shot, cut shot, pull shot, cut shot. We actually managed to win that game. But if they had put it on the stumps, I would have probably been gone because they were bowling quick enough. But they were just short ball after short ball. That was called as a wide. That was too short there. I think Ben Stokes even felt like he was a little bit hard done by there. I bring head on soon. I probably would. I think they're going to stick with this for another maybe 5 or so overs. Like they're saying, they should have Smith a little bit closer in so that they have to try and hit it over the top of him. Bring in that little bit of an error. And England highest successful run chase came in the 5th test of the 2021 series against India at Edgbaston. England reached a target of 378 runs with 7 wickets in hand, having successfully chased a target of over 300 test matches on only 4 previous occasions. There you go. So they've done it before. I did say earlier on that I thought it was up against India. They had done so. How brave was Nathan Lyon yesterday? Very brave. And it could be crucial runs that they were able to get while he was at the middle, not just from himself, but also from Stark. I mean, that big 6 that he hit was impressive. Yeah, every run might be crucial, and that is why they had to send Nathan Lyon out there, because of someone like a Ben Stokes and Duckett, who are now building up a very nice partnership. And Legend Lyon says, Deegan, right, the field set has changed a little bit here. Australia, they've got the man deep on the offside. They've got 2 men deep on the leg side. I feel like they're still giving away the runs a little bit too easy here, though. Although down the pitch there, Ben Stokes' use of the footwork. It's it out to the offside for 1. Oh, what's good, Amish says, just go. Welcome in, mate. You've been keeping well. You know what, the cricket, it's heating up for a final day, that is for sure. 209 runs now required for the English. They are getting closer and closer to halfway there, and currently less than half of their wickets have fallen. It's just that big question of when the next wicket falls, how quickly will the one fall after that? They need to get Bairstow out early, that is for sure. Duckett once again hits it to the leg side. It's pretty much just shuffling right across. I would be very tempted if I was Hazelwood here to bowl a full Yorker to leg stump. It's hard to get right after you've been doing so many short balls, but the way that he's stepping across, you know what, that leg stump's getting more and more of an option. And yes, Duckett's got quick hands, so he might end up catching up the bat to it, but I'd give him a crack at the stumps, you know. The last 3 won't last long. Nicely played again by Duckett. It's Ashes from a stump, says Just Carl. And why are the Ashes called the Ashes? Ashes from a stump, but then it's in an urn as well, isn't it? So I think that kind of ties in with it a little bit. Talking about Travis Head, or maybe even Steve Smith as a bowling option here for the Australians. And Hamish, in that run chase, Root was 142 not out. Bairstow was 114 not out, says Peter. Yeah, currently these two, they have got a partnership of over 100. Down the leg side, caught up nicely by Duckett. It's a little bit too easy for them to be able to tick over those runs, but that is another single taken. 163 for 4. have got 98 overs remaining in the day, they are saying, but unfortunately, they will not get through all of those. They will instead have, I would say, from here, maybe around 85 if they're extreme. No, not even that. Probably 75, I would say, from here. Maybe 80 if they're lucky, just a little bit more. Target of 371. See some clouds in the background. 163 runs for England. I've started this day pretty well. They actually required around that 250 mark at the start of the day. Duckett already, he's been able to move himself from 50 to 75. Stokes been able to move from 39 to 51. Cam Green to continue his spell. Short ball. Duckett, that one was a little bit upwards. Now Steve Smith is more in a catching position. This is a good option. Very good option because, yes, he's going to be able to possibly hit it over the top of Steve Smith, but you can't just get the easy single unless he gets at either side of Smith. You got to go. I'll be back later. I got 5% on the phone. See you later, mate. I think England's extra going to cost them, says Rudy. Yeah, they had a lot of them. No balls were really high. Whoa, that's short. That's a wide for sure from Cam Green. Was that a wide? It's got to be a wide, doesn't it? Was that not a wide? Wow. NASA is saying that it was close to a wide as well. Got to make sure they don't bowl too many short balls here, Australia, or else then they will get themselves in a little bit of trouble. That one is shorter. Well fielded by Steve Smith, and he is one of the better fielders to have in the outfield when it comes to those catching chances. So if Duckett does top edge one, it'll be exactly who Australia will be hoping to have underneath it. So he's gone from being 60 metres away to actually only being about 23 metres. So that is a pretty significant difference. They've still got the deep square leg in place, so that still keeps it to only the one. But we've seen already that Duckett is willing to go for that pull shot. Another shorter ball. That one was over the head of Duckett, I would like to think. And that one is now called as the second short ball for the over. Close to a no ball as well there. Cam Green. 75 runs for Duckett. He is 3/4 of the way to the century. You can get the 100 today. That would be massively beneficial for England. If Stokes can do the same, that would be another 75 runs. That puts them down to only around that 125, 130 mark. Looks like Steve Smith actually going back into, I think that's leg slip. Yes, it is. Not allowed another one above shoulder height now for Cam Green. And because of that extra height that he has got, it makes it very tricky when trying to bowl slightly shorter to not put it above the opposition's head. I don't know much about cricket, but how wasn't that Mitchell Stark catch not given out? So pretty much the gist of it was, in the law book, it's written that the ball is not allowed to touch the ground. Even if they were talking about the fact that because he held on to it for a while and then it touched the ground, it should have still possibly been considered out. But because it was put down on the ground, great shot from Duckett there. That was only at hip height. Manages to turn it around the corner and gets another 4 runs on the board for himself. But yeah, because he put the ball down on the ground and it slid along the ground, no part of the ball is allowed to touch any part of the grass, which is why it was given not out. Great work. Cam Green's foot's very close to a no ball here. They will have to be very careful because if they're not careful, they might get the wicket, but Cam Green might bowl a no ball in the process. He thought that was going through him. That will be the end of the over. But didn't Cam Green's catch versus India hit the ground, says Xavier? That one was also a controversial one, although it's a little bit different to the Stark one because Stark clearly dragged the ball along the ground. the one, depending on what angle you were looking at it, depended on what you thought of that one for Cam Green. Because from one angle, it looked like it was sitting on his finger. From the other, it looked like it was touching the ground as well. So it's an interesting one. Are you still working at the bowling alley? Says Rudy. I am not, no. So pretty much I was supposed to be going down there to do some like kind of filming for them, but then somehow they ended up trying to get me to do like the actual bowling alley assistant work and like with the machines and whatnot behind and doing the check-in and everything. But yeah, I think they eventually realized, and I also kind of asked them about it because yeah, the point of me going down there was going to be to do some filming and stuff for them, but then yeah, I ended up doing a job that someone down there could have done. So I am not at the moment. Older gentleman making his way down the stairs. And I have to say, I'm very happy no one booed him there. Because if that was a young guy moving around, they would have booed him big time. But they could see that the elderly man, oh, that was close to sneaking onto the stumps for Ben Stokes. Ended up kind of blocking it into the ground. Hello, sir. Australia needs 6 wickets. England needs 203 more runs to win. Says Naveen. That is true. Hazelwood there, just trying to bang it in on a good length. Stokes watching that one very closely. Trying to kick that away at the last moment. Showing there, Harry Brook wasn't quite able to deliver with the ball in hand. Oh, sorry, with the bat in hand. All Stark might be in use there. No, they've got Kawaja down there at deep third man. Advancing down the wicket there for Stokes. Gliding it towards that deep backward point. Managed to get back for the 2. Now moves up to 53 runs for Ben Stokes. Hazelwood been slightly more expensive since coming in to bowl again, but I think that's just because England are being relatively aggressive in the way that they've been playing, and that is because Australia have tried a few short balls. England aren't really having any of it. Trying to look to score runs quickly. Oh, Duckett wanted the single. Wouldn't have quite got there, I don't think, even though he is quick. It was a good call from Ben Stokes to turn him around. I'm a bit late here. Afternoon from sunny Sunday here in Cape Town. Hello, Kiwi lads and Cricket Rockets, says Ruth. Welcome in. You are doing very well. Only the target for England, 371. They are almost down to needing less than the 200. At the moment, the run rate for today has been 4.48. 12.3 overs bowled, 56 runs have been scored, and not a single wicket has fallen yet for the English. Ducking under that one there, Ben Stokes. The slightly more aggressive field that the Australians have got set with that man fielding it backwards square leg. It means that they aren't as keen to go after that short ball each and every time, although I believe Duckett will still take it on. Could end up causing the wicket-taking opportunity for Australia, although they may give away a few runs in the process. Rufai, I hear that they changed the location of the under-20 games due to the weather and the pitch, says Hanoi. The rule is that the movement of the catch must be completed before the ball touches the ground. Oh, once again, Stokes playing a little bit of cheekiness with that ball, almost knocking it back into his crease. We are taught as kids to be very careful about this, says Peter. Back at work, so normal working weekend again. Nice to see the Aussie doing some good stuff with the bat in there. Good source. Or sorry, good score, says Ruth. Stokes' use of the footwork. I believe that's to try and take out the option of LBW, which Hazelwood is normally pretty decent at being able to force on a batsman. Keeps that ball right up there in that good length. Oh, he might try short here again. No, it's the big Yorker down leg side. Did stray wider than he would have liked, and that'll be 170 for 4. After 44, and last day for the Pommies to catch up. Who's your favourite bowler at the moment is Hamish? I think, to be honest, I think Travis Head. He hasn't had a bowl yet. Cummins was very good on the first day that they were bowling, which was yesterday up against this English side in the second innings. But I think Travis Head could be a really good option. Yes, Ben Stokes might go after him, same with Duckett, but you might actually be able to force the wicket from allowing them a little bit more space. So I wouldn't be surprised if Cam Green only gets maybe 2 or 3 more overs. Same with Hazelwood, and then they go to Travis Head, which is, I mean, a massive responsibility. The fact that he will be throwing the ball, and they will pretty much be saying, "Hey, you've got to be Nathan Lyon for this final innings." Pitch, it doesn't look too worn near the batsman, which is why the spin option, it may force some runs. Another short ball there, wasted from Cam Green. I believe that will be one above the shoulder now. I guess that's one of the big differences. England were very accurate with their bounces, whereas Australia with Cam Green, it's just been straying a little bit too much. Maybe annoying, I'm not sure. But it'd be good if they do. There's Ruth. Now Green again tries the shorter ball. Nicely pulled away by Ben Ducker. And he is willing to take on 90% of these balls that are short. He's got to be strategic with when he's using that shorter ball, Cam Green, because if the last over is anything to go by, if he uses them early, then a little bit more predictable with where you're going to be bowling for your next few balls. He had the one over the shoulder so far. The second one was a lot more on the money. That one's a bit more pitched up. They will take the single on. A nice drop and run for Ben Duckett. And we're still rocking this fifth day of cricket. Oosh, nice beard. Says Roof. Tell you what, it's not quite growing evenly though. So I think the beard's going to be disappearing probably before the Rugby Championship, to be honest. So it might just be a stubble in the near future. Can't quite grow a beard very well anyway. I'm trying to think of who's got the best beard out on the field. I mean, Ben Stokes is relatively even, I guess, out of the English side. Cam Green, he doesn't have much of one at the moment. Short ball, goes after it there. That was very close to hitting the man in close. Stark in the deep, has to field that one, throws it in. That's the single. Ducker, he's on 80 at the moment. Stokes on 54. They need to break this partnership soon, Australia, or else they could find themselves in a little bit of trouble. But that is the crowd applauding because now there is only 199 runs required to be able to get themselves the win. I see Warner has a fantastic beard as well. But he's batting not too fantastic. He hadn't managed to tame those pommy bowlers yet. And Marcus said your beard suits you, mate. Thank you. It's just, I need it to actually grow here. That's my problem, you know? Like, this part is nowhere near as thick as this part. Like, if it would, look at that. There's like 2 hairs there. If it could grow nicely along there, I'd be a happy man. But, yeah, it's just not quite even at this stage. Bit patchy. Stokes sitting on 54. 107. It's not very often that Stokes is a slower run scorer out of the two when he's at the middle, but currently Duckett on 81 of 110 balls. It would be good to see more open play. Oh, shot. Quick single. Labuschagne. Oh, it's hit the back of Ben Stokes. Did it? And the crowd all know what that means. Similar to the World Cup final for 2019. And also, we have got the beards grow squiff all the time. Yeah, it's the bat. Like the World Cup final that I've mentioned, but that is going to be the drinks break, ladies and gentlemen. We are through the first hour and a bit of this one. I think they're going to be ending the session slightly later, just like they did yesterday. And I think these new young boys are not confident playing with hesitance. Unsure of their game at the moment, says Ruth. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the impact of not having Nathan Lyon plays on the Australians because, like I mentioned, Travis Head's probably your first pick spinner now. We've seen Steve Smith in past test matches roll over a few leggies. And to be honest, I wouldn't be hugely surprised if the Australians do decide to give him a crack at some stage if they aren't really finding too many quick-fire wickets. They've still got plenty of time left in the day. 95 overs they have remaining, but they aren't getting through those. Probably about maybe 75 or 80 if they're lucky. I believe will be how many they get through. But this first session, I think it's going to go through for another hour and 10 minutes New Zealand time. Then we'll have that 40-minute break, and then we'll be back for the next session of this test match. But this session's almost broken the chain because of the last 3 days, the first session has had about 15 wickets. And, for the Australians, they lost 5. For the English, on day 3, they lost 6. For Australia, on the next day, I think they lost about that 4 or 5 as well. So, you don't really want to be losing all your wickets in one bunch throughout a first session of a day. It always puts a lot more pressure on you heading to the later stages. But England, at the start of the day, they had a 14% chance of winning this test match. I believe now with this partnership, they have moved up to about a 23%. So growing quite nicely, but still quite a wee way to go. England need 197 to win. Australia needs 6 wickets to win. And having chicken, mushroom pie and coffee for Sunday lunch break to work. Catch up later, Hamish and fans. There's Ruth. So see you later. Hopefully you do enjoy your day at work. Oh, they're showing the Ben Duckett moment when Mitchell Starc ended up putting that ball on the ground. And yeah, he was called back in the end. It was given not out. He was confused. Ben Duckett, he kind of. Okay, so Mitchell Starc had words with Duckett after that catch. Ben Duckett, you could hear him saying, I don't know why you're having a go at me. I was already walking off. And Starc was getting furious at him. And that one, Hamish, is still sizzling on a roll with melted cheese and garlic. Yummy, says Ruth. Geez, that sounds all right, doesn't it? I have no idea what I'm going to be having for tea. Well, I guess, is it even tea if it happens at like 5 a.m.? Whatever is on the menu, though, after the cricket, I'm hoping it's going to be good. I just have to decide what to make first, though. Now, Hazelwood back into his work. Left alone outside of off stump, and enjoy your lunch there in Cape Town, says Hanoi. And I think Warner would be great on a chocolate croissant, says Ruth. Interesting. Okay, see you later. Come on, Aussie. Bolam Cummins is also very awesome, says Ruth. Duckett currently sitting on 81. Oh, that's nicely done. Quick chance. Oh, doesn't hit it. Decided to go for Duckett's end rather than Ben Stokes's. Looks like Stokes might have hurt his knee a little bit here with that quick fire run. Did Cummins choose the right end, though? Right. Why did he go for Duckett's end? He saw that he was leaving late, and yeah, Stokes was quick. But if that hit the stumps, I think Duckett might have been gone. Stokes, he had to run extremely hard there, and you could see just a little bit of the knee giving way as he scampered through. Duckett, 19 runs away. Another short ball, beautifully pulled away in the gap. Oh, Travis, where's he come from? Australia, more than likely, but being able to cut it off on the boundary. And that will keep it to actually just the 2 runs off it. Very nicely done. But Travis Head, I feel like he might be in the bowling department relatively soon. Unless, of course, one of these quicks can get themselves the wicket. You reckon giving a couple overs to Steve Smith would be good? Maybe by the end, Gonski says Hanoi and Sensational says Lightfoot. I feel like I'm going to be a little bit behind. Is this a wicket? Yeah, it is. It ruined, no, I guess it lost all of its impact because we kind of got the spoiler for it. But it's a great wicket for Josh Hazelwood, the wicket of Duckett. And that's going to be 83 out for that man, just short of a century. And now it's that big question of what happens from here with Bairstow coming to the crease. Can they get him out early? Just the top edge. Eventually, the short ball had to work, and that is a sensational catch from Alex Carey to get the glove up in time. It's done very well. You can see the disappointment on Duckett's face. 83 of 112, still a very good innings. And I mentioned about it. The first session on every day, other than day one, has led to a lot of wickets being falling. That was almost English. But now we're in that scenario of the trend may continue. That is one for the session. But the last thing they want is to lose Bairstow or Stokes quickly. That has been a trend that we've seen for a lot of sides in this Ashes series is once you lose one set batsman, pretty much the next over, you lose your other. We saw that with Steve Smith losing his wicket after Usman Khawaja was dismissed. Now, Johnny Bairstow to the middle. Say there's still 94 overs remaining. They will get a little bit less than that with Joe Root's dismissal. They were never going to win, says Peter. Although Stokes has pulled off some pretty magical moments in a fifth innings, or sorry, a fourth innings of a test match. They showed there before that he averages almost 50 in a final innings of a test rather than the first innings. So it's quite that big difference, but Bairstow has to try and get himself set here very quickly alongside Ben Stokes. So 35 overs away from the new ball. England didn't actually get to see that new ball for the first. Oh, Alex Carey almost got stung by a bee. But yeah, they didn't actually get to see that new ball for their first innings. Alex Carey was set up on the leg side and just into the hand. Nicely done. That is a fantastic catch because he reacted early, which I think is one big difference they say between Carey and Johnny Bairstow. The first ball was up on the stumps. They've got two slips and the gully back in play now for the Australians. Looks like they will be pitching it up to Johnny Bairstow early on in his innings. You'd almost have to say now, though, Ben Stokes is the key. If they lose Stokes, some would say that this match is not far from over. Bairstow, he can be brilliant with the bat, but it's whether or not they've got enough at the other end to be able to support his innings. Stokes, definitely a good option here for the English to go on to get the 100, but that will be the end of the over. Very good one from Hazelwood, picking up the wicket, 177 for 5. Oh, Matty Renshaw, I think he just got a helmet to the ball bag, unfortunately. I think that one was thrown at him. He thought that he had it caught about there, and then it came in just a little bit closer than he anticipated. Got a bit of a tap sack from it. Hopefully he was wearing his box that he wears when he's fielding in close. That wouldn't have been too comfortable at all. Now Ben Stokes on strike. Pat Cummins going to be having another crack. Skipper to skipper. Oh, Cummins, I think he's just said take the helmet off and we'll get you back out in the field. Now England have gone down to 10% likely of being able to win this test match compared to about the maybe 25 or so percent that they were before that wicket fell. Australia 89% likely to win this test match from here. What do you think about umpiring so far, especially with Yorker's decision, says Punnett? I mean, it's been rough at times. But I think that that's just kind of become a trend of current cricket, to be honest. Like, not many umpires get everything right throughout their innings, but that is why that technology's there as well to make sure. It'll be nicely whipped to the leg side. Stokes gets the single, and now Bairstow will have to face off with Pat Cummins. The next four batsmen to the crease, it will be Stuart Broad, Ollie Robinson, Josh Tongue, and Jimmy Anderson. The four remaining bowlers. Now, Broad can bat decently, but he will get a barrage of short stuff like they always do to him. But that is a tactic that has been reciprocated by both sides throughout this Ashes series. The first time we saw it in action was actually when England would bowl into the Australians in the first test match. They decided to use the short stuff, and then from there, the Aussies and the English have just continued that trend big time. Bairstow doing a bit of gardening, making sure that there are no little rough bits on the pitch. The only hope for the problem is to pray for rain. They'll be doing rain dances in the car park now. Here's Peter. They've got to break this partnership, because you look at that partnership between Stokes and Duckett, about 120 runs. If you think about it, if they get a 110-run partnership between these two, that means they only need 80 runs with 4 wickets in hand. And yes, 4 wickets isn't a huge amount, but 80 runs needed with 4 wickets in hand is still very much doable. This partnership, I believe, is the one that's either going to make or break England. And until we see this partnership end, it's very hard to count the English out completely, I feel. Bro, do you know about Virat Kohli? Has something happened to him, Raghav? Or as in, do I know of Virat Kohli in just terms of the player? Or has something happened to him? Stokes 57. 111 balls faced. Are they going to go short stuff to him as well? Or do you pitch it back up? I know that he played a beautiful offside drive earlier on in the day. It looks like they are going to be short stuff. Again, 132-run partnership, says Peter. So, yeah, it's going to end up in the case of if you get another 132 runs in this partnership, 60 runs with 4 wickets in hand doesn't look too bad. Was that a bad shot from Duckett or just a good catch? It was a great catch from Alex Carey, that is for sure. But the thing is with Duckett, he's an aggressive batsman. He was going to go after all the short balls and eventually had to miss time one. He probably missed time one a lot later than the Australians were hoping he would. But, yeah, it was just kind of like that eventual thing of eventually he would either miss time it or they'd stop that short ball tactic. And it's actually proven as a very effective tool for either of these sides when it comes to their bowling. It's pretty much, if the batsman is set, just bowl him a whole heap of short stuff until he either gets bored or decides to take you on, and then that's when you pick him up. We saw it done for the Aussies. They lost Steve Smith, they lost Usman Khawaja, both to that same tactic. A little bit more pitched up there from Cummins, nice straight delivery. Into the over 179 for 5 now. For the English, see, the fact that they aren't halfway there, it makes it a little bit more concerning, like body line. Says Annoy. Yeah, both sides have been prone to trying to use that tactic, and both sides have found success with it. So, yeah, it's reciprocated between the two sides that we're just going to, in the tough times, we're both going to bowl bounces, and they're both kind of like, yeah. Looks like umpire and Stokes just having a little bit of a chat. Stokes is going, that one was about 2 metres above my head, and you didn't give it as a wide. If England intact until lunch, things will be getting easier in the later half, given either Stokes or Bairstow stays on the pitch. Shot from Bairstow, nicely whipped off the pads. That'll be 4 runs. That's actually the first boundary we've had in quite some time. A very good shot from Johnny Bairstow, getting his iron early. Probably, to be honest, this innings he is fighting for a spot on the English side for the 3rd test match. Someone like a Folkes as a wicketkeeper batsman as an option. The reason Bairstow is there is because he bats very well and keeps all right. But if he can bat very well here, that might just secure him that next spot. Nicely whipped to the leg side again. They will get the single. We've also got rest in peace for that Kohli skill recently. He's been declining compared to what we normally see, says Xavier. At the moment, Hazelwood and Cummins bowling combo that has been very, very effective for the Australians for a long period of time. Because we did see that wicket fall, I don't think they'll quite go to Travis Head. He would have been possibly warming up the arms slightly. Australia were desperate to try and find that next wicket, but they've been able to get it. About an hour and 10 minutes into the session, they got it in the end. Now Hazelwood to Stokes. Oh, was that an edge? That was very close to the outside edge there of Ben Stokes. That one went right across Stokes there. Right, just a stock standard seam there from Hazelwood, getting it to go towards the slips, and that was a fantastic ball. I don't know how Stokes has missed that. I think Stokes almost is probably more thankful that he's missed that than anything. Hazelwood replicate it. About the same spot, manages to get it through the slip cordon. Now get the single as it goes down to deep third man. Matty Renshaw, I think it is. It's quite important here for England to keep these runs ticking over, even when they've got the new batsman to the crease. Bairstow sitting on 6 off 6. Stokes still sitting at about that 50 strike rate. But rather than having Bairstow go into a shell and end up slightly slower in the run scoring department, they've decided to keep him aggressive so that if there was a wicket falling at some point, they've still got those runs on the board to show for it. Shot. So he didn't quite time it, just a little bit compact there, Johnny Bairstow. Couldn't quite get the arms freed up, able to drive that one away. Okay, they're saying that Travis Head was warming up this morning, so should get a little bit of an option of having the ball in hand at some point. How many overs left for the Aussies to get the new ball? Any ideas, says Puneet? At the moment, they still have another 32 overs to bowl before they get the new ball, so quite some time. And yeah, I would say if they can have England at that stage about 8 or 9 down, it would only be a matter of time before they finish it off. What's the prediction of England win, says Yagannath? They were about 25%, but then they lost that wicket of Duckett and it dropped right down to 10%. So, yeah, it's not very high at the moment. They're slowly building it back up, of course, with Bairstow not doing too badly. I'd say it's probably 12% at the moment. For them at the moment. Yeah, 12 or 11, maybe only 11%. It might not have gone up by 2. Just talking about where Alex Carey was standing. Oh, that's got Ben Stokes right in the balls, unfortunately. Oh, no, it might have been. Oh, it's on the elbow, was it? Might have missed. Oh, I'll tell you what. What would you want? Would you rather get hit on the elbow or hit in the testicles? I don't know why I said elbow so weird, but I think if the option of, oh, yeah, back of the elbow, down there, right on the funny bone. There will be nothing funny about that. The worst thing is, oh, I thought for a second it hit him in the elbow and then went on to hit him in the middle, but just on the elbow. Wouldn't have felt too nice for him. Down the leg side, nicely whipped away there for the single out to the man in the deep, I believe. That is Matty Renshaw, I believe, who's out there at deep backward square leg. Who's in the commentary box, mate? Good on NASA and Atherton, says Paneet. At the moment, they've got, yeah, they've got NASA and they've got, is it, who's the Aussie voice we can hear? It's not Slater, is it? I can't think of the Aussie fella that they've got at the moment. I'm sure someone will be able to tell us. Or pushing it that one a little bit, Bairstow. Come on, Pat and Hoff. One more looking it into the tail, says Juddy Sports. Yeah, this partnership is massive in terms of the importance of it for the English side. Mark Taylor says annoyed. But yeah, the big thing is if this partnership gets 100, England are still in it. I would say anything less than a 50-run partnership between these two, they are in quite big trouble. Even bigger trouble if it is Ben Stokes who's dismissed from this partnership. Cummins, he's bowled 13 and a half overs. It's right about where he wants to be bowling as well, trying to get Johnny Bairstow slightly pushing at the ball, opening up that slip cord into a possible catch. A little bit dark in the background. I still see a tad of blue sky. Hopefully the weather does stay nice. No problem, says Annoy, and Bairstow are looking comfortable for once. There's mainly. Yeah, the big thing is looking comfortable, but also, I guess, just staying comfortable. Stay out there for a long time. That's what Bairstow needs to do. Short ball, pull shot, lovely from Bairstow. That'll be 4 runs. No one out there for the Australians. And that now makes it 181 runs. In fact, no, it's actually less than that. 177 runs required for the English now. And greetings, Sammy, and all Patreons to the greatest game since Gladiators of Roman times. There's Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. At the moment, it's certainly a battle out there. Johnny Bairstow, great pull shot. Keeping it all on the ground now. Cummins, that warrant a field change? I don't believe so. I think they've gone with the same. Oh, that was almost an inside edge for Bairstow. That ball did not come through as high. They used to have a how to bat like Mark Taylor weekly tutorial in the newspaper back in the 90s. There's Annoy. It's the end of the 49th over, 190 for 5. Yeah, that one's come back in off the seam and also not really carried, so maybe even hitting a crack on the surface. Yeah, it's hit something anyway, because that has not gone the way that we would have thought that ball would have travelled. Ben Stokes still looking down at his elbow. Was hitting that last over, square on it. Wouldn't have felt nice at all. Hazelwood to continue his bowling. Here's Mark Taylor and Slater, or Greg Blewett used to open. There's Puneet, or whatever wanted to bat like Dean Jones instead. A run taken, hits it out to Khawaja. Oh, in fact, it's Warner, the other opener. Going to be fielding there. Oh, they're saying that these two put on 179 combined. I think, is the scoreboard updated? I think it is. Or is it? Yeah, the scoreboard's updating. They just haven't given Bairstow his last boundary. In fact, they haven't actually updated Bairstow's total in a while. I do see. Hazelwood. Oh, that one came back round a little bit. Still an offer of swing for the Aussies at this point. Yeah, Bairstow not on 6 off 6. He is actually sitting on 10 off 12 at the moment. Everything else, though, is updating the way that it should be. There we go. Must have heard me. Just a tad little bit of swing for Hazelwood. I think the tactic at the moment for Stokes is to pitch it up that little bit more. See if you can get the ball to just enough. But that's going to be worked out to point for 1 for Stokes again. Should mention to everyone who is watching, if you are new, sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. We are going to be covering plenty more of this Ashes series on the channel. What do you think about Tongue, mate? Can he be compared to Cam Green? Not really. I'd say they're quite different, mainly because, I mean, Tongue's certainly batting a little bit further down the order. Also, seems to get quite a nice little bit of zip when he is bowling, which Cam Green can get at times, but he's very, very square on Tongue in the way that he bowls, which I think is why he gets quite a nice bit of movement both ways at times. But yeah, definitely an exciting young prospect for the English. Nicely pitched up there, Bairstow. Straight to Khawaja. I almost did it again, but it is Warner. He's fielding there. And who are you going for, mate? Says Joshy. I'm pretty impartial in this one, to be honest, but there's a part of me that wants it to come down to the last session, just because that's always when the excitement just keeps on building and building and building. If it was to come down to the last session, it would mean it's about 4 a.m. here in New Zealand. But I'm willing to stay up that late to watch it. I think I'm supposed to be starting work tomorrow at like 8 a.m. or something like that. We're currently 11:34 p.m. So We got time. Bairstow sitting on 10 off 14. Stokes at the moment, he is on 60 off 121. So he's still working himself towards around that 50 strike rate. Crowd have got a little bit quieter, I do have to say. It's as if with that wicket of Duckett, everyone is still in that little bit of a reanalyzing the game phase. Atanga's a good bowler, but his batting lacks. Green is a better all-rounder. Says Hanoi, that'll be the end of the 50th over now, 191 for 5. Even when England have lost those couple wickets, they've still been able to progress at about that 4 runs per over. I believe for today, they've actually been maybe just a little bit closer to that 5 runs per over as well. But according to this, 2 runs and over needed for the English, but I can confirm that is not the case. They won't get through those 90 overs today, but they may get through about 70 of them. Who's the bowler? Where is he? Okay, it's going to be Pat Cummins again, continuing his spell. There we go. This over, the run rate, this session, run rate of 4. So that's slowed down since Bairstow made his way to the middle. 19 overs, 77 runs. You reckon McMillan, his coach, has helped England immensely? Is he done? Oh, he's still making his way to prove him as deserving candidate. Wait, McMillan or McCullum? Are we talking about Brendan or are we talking about a different bloke? I mean, Bazball got a nickname pretty quickly, didn't it? But it's been an effective tool for the English. Stokes will want to try and finish the job here. He looks like he's a little bit wobbly on his legs, mainly because of that knee injury on the right side. England coach, mate? Okay, so you're talking Brendan McCullum rather than, or unless you're talking one of the like the assistant coaches or someone called McMillan. Am I missing something there, or are you talking Brendan McCullum? Kiwi Brandon. Okay, so you're thinking Brendan McCullum. Yep, not quite Brandon McMillan, but Brendan McCullum. Yeah, the Kiwi boy. He's done well for England, I have to say. I noticed that a lot of Kiwis were then saying, "Oh, we want him back," but then they weren't giving him a job here. So I feel like it's fair dues to him that he's doing very well. My bad, says Benit. No worries. I was just getting a bit confused because I was thinking straight away for some reason Craig McMillan came to mind. Then I don't think he's coaching. He's just commentating. And that's going to be nicely worked by Stokes. Another single. Cummins, he's gone for 46 runs, so he's still going at about that 3 point something and over, which might annoy him. Aussie, says Cheesy Sports. Is that your prediction for who's going to win, Cheesy? And also, tell you what, we'll ask this question to everyone. Next wicket falling, who is it going to be and what are they going to be on when they do lose their wicket? How many runs? The player, that is, not the team. That was close to the outside edge of Johnny Bairstow. Nicely fielded by Cam Green in the gully, though. I appreciate the stream, bro, says Callum. No worries. Yeah, we got plenty more coming. Definitely, if this day does go deep, it's going to end up, it could be a big night for us here in New Zealand. Oh, win Kiwi lads, Aussies, says Cheesy Sports. I mean, at the moment, they are still favourites in terms of who's going to be able to walk away with the victory, and that will put them 2-0 up in the Ashes series. So for the sake of the series, I think England will definitely want to make this 1-1. But the Aussies can get themselves the victory here. They're one big win away from securing it. And Bairstow on 27, says Cheesy Sports. I only want him, they only want him back because he's doing well with England, says Will Song. Exactly right. Like, if he had gone to England and he wasn't doing well, they would have been, like, New Zealanders would have been like, nah, we don't want him as coach. But now that he's doing well, everyone's like, yeah, get him back. I say Bairstow will be out in 40 runs, says Will Song. And yeah, big time appreciate the stream with this husky voice, says Benit. I don't think anyone's ever called my voice husky, mainly because normally it's not very, very husky at all, I guess you could say. Oh, Pat Cummins, crowd. I think they were booing him a little bit there because he was doing a few keepy ups with the ball, which you seem to be allowed to do because he does it, Jimmy Anderson does it. It's interesting. And Bairstow will make 23, I reckon, says Hanoi. I'm sure he'd do well in Foster's position as a rugby coach. I mean, surely it can't get any worse, can it? The old Kiwis. Right arm round. Who dat? It's not spin. It's Cam Green back in. Why aren't they bowling Travis Head? What's he done? You know? Has he annoyed someone? Or they're just gonna keep on going with the pace, I guess. So Cam Green, they'll probably give him 3 overs? 3 overs, something like that. And I think they're gonna be bowling short again. See whether or not Bairstow and Stokes both willing to have a bit of a crack. Short ball all considered going after it, Ben Stokes, but because it was outside of off stump, decided to leave it. Depends if the woman's around, says Mumbo Jumbo. For Ian Foster? I'm confused. Cam Green. Old 7 overs, 24 runs. So he hasn't been hugely expensive. Just hasn't looked hugely threatening to this English batting lineup as of yet. Although that one, oh, that was close. I'm straight up to the man on the deck, Travis Head, who fields it nicely, winners the Rugby Championship, and is the first match South Africa versus Australia. I really want to see Eddie, or what Eddie has done for the Wallabies. So their first game is going to be next Sunday at 3:05 a.m. New Zealand time. And that is when the Rugby Championship is starting. And then at 7:10 a.m. New Zealand time is when New Zealand play Argentina for that first round. So yeah, next weekend, Rugby Championship underway. Should be exciting times. Okay, lovely. Cheers, mate. Says Will Song, and the partnership is important for England for the winning cause. Exactly right. If they end up losing one of these two, definitely if it is Stokes that they lose, it could be all done and dusted. Okay, Australia have gone to the short ball field set. They got one on the leg side at about square leg, 5 men back on the offside, 2 on the leg side, 3. We need a Cummins masterclass, says Cheesy Sports. Just talking about it in the commentary box, and maybe it's not quite the way that some people want to see Test match cricket played with short ball after short ball. (193) already scored by England, 178 still to go. We need we at least need a century from either, and just stay within reach of getting a Test win. Yeah, yeah. One of these two can stick around for a long time and be there, maybe even at the end. That would be massively beneficial. I've got another, I think it's 40 minutes remaining of this session. I believe it's, what was it? They started at about 10 p.m. New Zealand time. They had drinks at about 10 past, somewhere around there. Shout out Will Song, Australia better, says Cheesy Sports. Oh, that one's just snuck over. Oh, what has Bairstow done there? He's just walked out of his crease. Alex Carey has thrown the ball at the stumps. And I think this is going to be a controversial one, because Johnny Bairstow has ducked. He's then walked out of his crease to go down and tap on the pitch. He left his crease relatively quickly, and Alex Carey has thrown the ball onto the stumps. I mean, it's going to be probably booed heavily. Right. This is going to be extremely controversial. So now they have to try and work out whether or not Bairstow has Yeah, they're going upstairs. This is not going to be a popular opinion here, no matter what happens. Johnny Bairstow is not a man who will enjoy this kind of behaviour. So pretty much he ducks, walks out of his crease. He is out of it, but for me, you know, it's one where I'd like to think that they'd just be like, right, he's set. See, they're saying roll it through. He's out of his crease. It's not going to be a popular one, and it's going to be an extremely controversial decision, one of the more controversial throughout this Ashes. Johnny Bairstow's given it his out. It's not going to be a popular one. Johnny Bairstow having a conversation there with Travis Head. Johnny Bairstow is absolutely furious with that one. Alex Carey gets the pat on the head. He's going to be a very unpopular man in England, that is for sure. And out surely says annoy. He did a Foley in the Bledisloe, says annoy. But Johnny Bairstow, same old Aussies always cheating is the chant that is going around the ground. I'll be honest, that's not what I wanted to see at this stage. Like, this test match was just starting to heat up, and then for that to be the moment that happens, like, not good. And come on, Aussie, says GZ Sports, and Sup says Amelia. And also, well, it's if that's how Aussie wants to get the man out, it's not going to be an honourable wicket, says Wolf Song there. And also, we have got, honestly, Cummins or Steve Smith, whom you reckon as good as captain, especially when Steve Smith proved his medal in India recent past, says Puneet. Well, I still feel that Steve Smith's pulling the strings even now for Paddy Cummins, because Steve Smith makes more field changes than Pat Cummins does. So I think even though Cummins is the one who goes in and says, I'm the captain, I think Steve Smith is really the secret skipper, you know? Right. Stuart Broad now makes his way out to the middle. The commentators have just said it doesn't look good, but it is unfortunately the right decision in that scenario, because Johnny Bairstow, he's walked out of his ground. See, for me, so Johnny Bairstow was in his crease at the time. Alex Carey could tell he was going to be walking forward, throw it at the stumps, and Johnny Bairstow was out of his crease. But I guess that then warrants that question. How long do you have to be in your crease for before you can walk out of it? I guess it's once the ball has gone from wicketkeeper to first player. He's getting booed at the moment. And also, the same old Aussies always cheating chant is going round. Ben Stokes on strike now. Reminds me of the olden days when Australia would always aim for the heads of the West Indies batsmen. There's Wolf's song. Now Cummins pitches that one up nicely, whipped there, and Stokes, he will have a new fire lit underneath him. He already was fired up because he got hit on the elbow. And now, so the captain's having a chat there. I think Cummins and Stokes, they were just saying that ball's going to be remembered for a long time. So maybe they're saying the balls beforehand, Johnny Bairstow was a little bit too quick leaving. Yeah, he was pretty quick leaving the crease. I know it's not good at all. And it's still, yeah, it's not what anyone wanted to see. Sounds like the crowd are really not happy, which is understandable. Woke has infected every English sports. Even some of the crowd don't even know what they are watching. Australia will whitewash England, says David there. Yeah, I mentioned that was the big partnership that they needed to break. Because the question is, what is that? Is that stumped? Is that what that goes down as? I haven't actually looked here. I'm gonna have a quick wee guess. England versus Australia. What is that wicket classed as? I think it's stumped. Stuart Broad, nicely defended. No, it's run out. So it's a run out. And technically, batsmen need to address wicketkeeper if he's going out of his crease, says Puneet. And spread of the game springs to mind, says Simon Wood there. Yeah, I'm not sure, like, because that's the thing. Most people wouldn't have even thought of that as a dismissal option. Yes, they've seen Johnny Bairstow leaving his crease early for the duck ball, but it's not a situation where they're trying to sneak a quick single, if that makes sense. Oh, that's it, Stuart Broad on the side of the helmet. This game's getting ugly. It's the second time Broad's been hit in the head for this series. Broad wanders out of his crease. The Aussie's going to run him out too. Been hit in the head. He said it didn't feel anything. Are they worried about Stokes showing them up again? Says mainly. Oh, see, that's in that same spot where Broad got hit in that first innings. He's turned his head. Oh, once again gets it right. Tell you what, it's lucky they've got that little bit of extra stuff on the helmet because that is a really nasty delivery to Stuart Broad again. Why did he turn the head from the bowler like Danny Morrison did? It's just sometimes it's just reflex, unfortunately. And I'm almost like a Mankad type of situation, says Simon Wood. It is in a way. Like, it's like, well, it's so different to Mankad. It's going to be talked about a huge amount, I would say, over the next little while. Because, yeah, like I was saying, if he was trying to get a quick single and Alex Carey was like, no, you're not allowed to, like, that would make sense. But he's not trying to get a quick single. Stokes isn't interested. He was probably looking the other way, walking back to his mark. So, yeah, like when there was no run to be gained, it's weird, isn't it? Like, it's a really, really weird scenario. I just hope that Stuart Broad doesn't get hit too many more times because this is really hard to watch at the moment. Crowd are booing at the moment. Stuart Broad getting hit multiple times. England 7% chance of winning this one, 92% chance of the Australians to win this victory and make it 2-0. Oh, another short ball. It's hit him in the ribs. Oh, and I wonder no one likes Australians. Just stay in your crease, maybe, says Philsies. I mean, it's an option, although we see Stuart Broad there. He's just walked down and done a little bit of a tap. Like, stay in your crease if you're, like, oh, yeah, just right under the armpit. Yeah, like stay in the crease if you are not getting run out or anything like that. It's just I don't think I've ever seen that before. I think it's going to be one that people talk about for a while. Short ball barrage in the helmet. Oh, it's hit him in the ribs. That's 3 balls in a row Stuart Broad has been hit with, but he gets off the mark. Brutal bowling from the Australians. Stuart Broad just having a chat to Cummins there. Okay, so Broad, I think he's had a little bit of a chat there with Cummins. He's obviously told him what he thinks of him. It's embarrassing, is what Stuart Broad has just said. I've just heard him through the stump mic. Phil George would approve of that run out, says Hanoi. He would have laughed his head off and he wouldn't have even known what happened. Only broken woke fans go boo, says David. And at this point, we'll need a full ice hockey gear, says Wolf Song. But yeah, that wicket, it's going to be massively impactful how this match ends, I would say. If they were running a single, then fair shout. If it's the case they think he's just leaving his crease early before over has been called, then a simple warning would have been fine. Yeah. Nicely worked by Stokes. Gets the single to end the over. And there is still boos raining down around the ground. Yeah, interesting. Spirit of the game. That's what happens in Mancat appeals, says Simon. Yeah, see, and Mancat is, in my opinion, more substantial in terms of being needed, if that makes sense, compared to this. Does that make sense? Like, I would say that Mancat is because they're trying to get that little bit of an advantage. Like, the only advantage that he is getting by doing it, like, yeah, the only advantage he's getting by walking down the pitch is maybe getting one more bat hit on it. Stark's catch wasn't official because of technicalities. Why are English fans angry about this? Says Philsies. I think it's a little bit different in that regard. I can see what you're saying in terms of both sides have had a situation that they weren't happy with, but yeah, slightly different, I would say. Oh, Ben Stokes has just had a big swing and he's thrown his bat. Not on purpose, it just slipped out of the hands, but I think there was a lot of frustration there. I think Stokes is ready to go home here. Alex Carey's going to give him the bat back. I think Stokes is just furious. He's just apologised to the man at square leg. I hope Pommy wins just to spice up this series. But yeah, he ended up just a little bit over committing to that one. What a broad say. He pretty much just said to Cummins that him bowling so many short balls in a row to him was embarrassing. And I think it was just for that whole situation as well that he called it an embarrassment for getting Bairstow out in that manner. I think we saw Broad with Labuschagne actually having a bit of a chat there too between those fellas. Now Cam Green bowling short shot from Stokes, hits it away to the boundary, and that makes the crowd very happy indeed. The thing is, Stokes enjoys this kind of environment, the hostile feel, a little bit of extra temper starts to flare. And he'll be trying to get this game done as quickly as he can. Like 171 runs, I think Stokes has just gone, like pretty much to say it nicely, he's just said, F this. You know, if you want to play like that, I'm just going to have a swing. If you get me out, you get me out, but we're done. 32 runs remaining for him. Another short ball. He's hit it hard. He's hit it in the gap. 2 back-to-back boundaries for Ben Stokes now. The crowd, and it's a no ball, so that's 9 runs off 2 deliveries. Aussies were shook. They had to cheat. There's mainly minimal. That's what us versus them attitude, or it's our us versus them attitude. We've always had it. It's against our Australian brothers. There's Wolf Song. Yeah, Ben Stokes has just gone on going into pretty much rage mode. Best way of describing it. The crowd are going to be chanting same old Aussies always cheating for the rest of this pretty much the rest of the series, I would say, rather than just this matchup. Right, Stoke on strike. He knows that his job here is to try and protect his batsman at the other end, Stuart Broad, from face and stuff. Another big shot from Stokes. Throws it. Oh, it's gone out to the man in the deck to Hazelwood. They didn't take a single. No run taken. Awoke. Stoke is broke. I assume it's Stokes, isn't it? Maybe. 28 runs. Stoke, you won't like me when I'm angry. He's playing a furious game of cricket at the moment. Anytime they show an Australian smiling on the screen, the whole crowd boo. Oh, thought about that ramp shot option there for. That's called one short again. I wonder. Oh, I'm curious if they're going to be able to listen to the stump mic because they're saying about how Labuschagne was talking abroad. And I'm wondering if they can get away with it without anyone swearing. I'd like to think that, well, no, there probably was swearing, so they'd have to bleep it first. Here comes Cam Green. Another short ball. Stokes hits it hard. That's going to be another 4 runs. And now they'll be looking for the single off the final delivery of this over, so far going for 13. I think, was that a conversation there between Stokes and Stuart Broad? I'm wondering whether that was Stokes maybe saying, nah, don't worry about the single. I'm going to keep on swinging. That's a great shot. 162 runs remaining for England. Oh, beautifully worked by Stokes. That's going to be the single, and he will retain the strike for the next over. England 209 for 6, or 210 for 6, I should say. And Ash is getting spicy. I said Siddhartha, yeah, it's a very interesting game, that is for sure. There's been moments that have had controversy. There's been moments that have had so Stuart Broad pretty much saying to Pat Cummins, he went like this. He said, you're crazy. Against the spirit of the game, I've said as well. Is playing good now, says no Matt Ahmad. Well, they're worried that they're going to have another decision against them, so they've decided they've just got to keep on going. I'm happy Stokes can just get a century. There's Wolf's song. Okay, So Andrew Strauss has said it was a premeditated plan by Australia, but it was dozy from Johnny Bairstow. So you'd assume, yeah, so the umpire hadn't called over. So that is also why he was walking down the middle. See, I didn't realize it was the last ball of the over. I thought it was actually just he was walking down to do some pitch repairing. But yeah, for it to be the last ball of the over because they hadn't called it, I tell you what, no, I don't walk that quick, but I don't. Wonder how many times in a lower level people have been hurt by that. Does anyone know the odds? I believe even with Ben Stokes going angry mode at the moment, it's still heavily in favour of the Australians by quite some margin. Now Stokes on strike. Pat Cummins, the bowler, hits it back at him and he's dropped it as well. That'll frustrate Cummins. That could have been skipper getting skipper. Looks like Stuart Broad's still talking to Pat Cummins. I feel like Broad would have said something like, at least that would have been a legitimate one or something like that. He seems like yeah, got a hand to it, Pat Cummins, but wasn't able to take the catch. Cummins smiling about it. Stokes just wants to hit every ball that he can to the boundary. Unless Broad can get a 50, I'd say the odds are even Stevens, says Wolf Song. So you'd say it's 50-50 at the moment, Wolf Song, for the odds. Oh, Ben Stokes, he's been hitting the arm there. He's going to pick up the ball, gives it back to Cummins. Says, load up the next one. The crowd, they are cheering, they are booing. I think, that was a few people. Okay. So what happened there was the crowd were appealing because Ben Stokes walked off to the side, picked up the ball and handed it to Pat Cummins, and everyone was trying to say that that could have also been called as out. England at 11 for 2, Aussie at 1-9, and they're running another short ball. Stokes hits it away to the leg side. Out to Marcus Harris. Oh, they'll get the single, but the ball's hit Ben Stokes from the long throw. Now, that one wasn't on purpose. That's just ended up happening that way. And poor Hobart, do Broad copping it hard, says Hanoi. Only if Barrow came up the runs. We can't just rely on Stokes. Sorry, Broad, I think that is. He's only one man, says Wolf Song. And yeah, at the end of the day, for Ben Stokes, he had his Jack Leach, didn't he, last time, for that miraculous win that the English were able to get. They still need another 159 runs here, though. 2 men in close. Stuart Broad has 3 balls to face up against Pat Cummins. Getting booed as he runs in. Once again, another short ball. Broad just asked him the question, was that another one of the short ones? And the predictive text says Wolf Song. I made Australia 2 wickets away from the victory, says Big Al. Yeah. I would say that, or to be fair, Stokes, if he goes, I'd say that this game is not too far from over. We know that Australia, their tactic is going to be bowl short to every tail ender, and actually, to a certain extent, bowl short to Stokes as well. Try and make it harder for him to be able to hook that one to the boundary. Another short ball. Is that going to be the glove? Umpire says no. Cummins can't believe it. Stuart Broad says, don't worry about it, it's thigh pad. Are they going upstairs? It doesn't look like they are. No. Yeah, no, hit him in the hip almost there for Stuart Broad. That's going to be 4 times now in the last about 6 balls that Stuart Broad has been hit with the ball. He's trying to get a bit of eye contact going. Last ball of the over. Another short one. That's going to be the end of the over. Stuart Broad has to make sure that he's still in his crease. I think Alex Carey slightly, I want to say he slightly took the piss there and did throw it at the stumps. I think Broad, even though he was annoyed, he played into that moment. Can Stokes get 100? I hope so. And Broad probably make 10 runs and out, says BL. I love their short ball, don't they, says Will Song. Although it's the same tactic that England used. And it actually all started from, I know, he nearly walked out and then he kept the bat in. He was checking with Steve Smith to make sure he wasn't going to throw it. Yorker to Broad, says Big Al. Yeah, it will clean him up. He was just confirming with the Australians that he was inside of the crease at the end of the over. Now Cam Green back into the bowling attack. But yeah, it's interesting how heavily impacted this test match has been by short bowling. Because they talked about it. England, for their first session yesterday, it was the shortest bowling that they had done. That's a great shot. Oh, misfield there from Hazelwood. The knee dug in, and that's 4 more runs for Ben Stokes. Yeah, they were talking about how it was the shortest bowling average that the Australians had ever, or sorry, the English had ever used in an Ashes test match at Lords. Or it might have even been just a test match in general. And it was an average of 9 meters. Just to put that into perspective, normally you want to aim around that 5 or 6 meters for a delivery. And the Australians, they've been incorporating it as well. They've decided that short ball is the way to go. That's called as a wide there against Cam Green. And hey, bro, do you remember me? It's James Gordon. It's been a year, says Icy Savage. I do indeed, mate. Hope you have been keeping well. You're excited for the All Black season coming up in the very near future. You can't write off the English lower order batsmen. They can be like a weasel on heat, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. That's the thing. I'd back Robinson to stick around for a little bit of time. Oh, that's a big shot from Stokes. Rocking on to the back foot. It's all the way, and it's 6 runs for the England skipper. Tell you what, Stokes, he's moved up to 88 now, cutting down this deficit. They need 148 runs to win this one, England. Is this day 5 that you are doing all day? We are indeed. And yep, it is day 5 of this one. Huge wicket, Johnny Bairstow. Huge, controversial wicket. I'd say, did you see it, Big Al? And if so, what are your thoughts on it? Do let me know, because I feel like it's a mixed review one so far. When I yelled for for Ben Stokes at 6, I think I popped my neck out of place. Another big one that's come off the glove. It's a top edge. Oh, Stark has put down the catch, and it's another 6. I've been watching NRL. Says Icy Savage, and Stark, hopeless fielder. Says Hanoi, he was hoping to flick it back into the field of play. It's gone 6-6-4. Green is getting punished at the moment. Moves to 94 runs now. Just about the chance for Mitchell Stark. He was waiting on the boundary rope. One big 6 away from the century, like they've said. And he's gone big. He's gone big enough. And that's going to be a test match 100, I should say, for Ben Stokes. 100 off 142 deliveries. Trying to give his side just that little bit of a chance here in this fixture. Give me that century, Stokes. That is brilliant work from Stokes there. He was on 65 not too long ago. And he's been fired up beyond belief by what happened to Bairstow. And he's decided, well, I'm going to have to score my runs, but I'm going to get the runs that Bairstow would have gotten as well. Because I can guarantee you this right now. Had Johnny Bairstow not gone out in the fashion he had, this wouldn't have happened in terms of how aggressive Ben Stokes has been. He's gone 4-6, 4-6. And England can come back in and win it, says Connor there. And yeah, let's go Stokes, says Wilsong. The thing is, they've still got 4 wickets in hand, we need to remember. And, you know, if Stokes can get that down to less than 100, another short ball, slightly slower there. They tap it out to the side. Broad, he will now have the strike. You're facing, I believe it's going to be 2 balls. Is Stokes taking risks before he runs out of partners? Pretty much, yeah. He's decided that he hasn't got all day to be able to score these runs. He knows that Broad's going to get short stuff flat out, and the last thing he wants is for his whole tail to get bombarded. And Ginger Fury from Stokes says Grant, exactly right. He is fired up beyond belief. One ball to go in the over. How do you compare 5 minutes of rugby supremacy compared to AB decades? Says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. And also we have Cummins, England, we have Stokes. Says Wolf Song. Tell you what, I know that we're a far way off it, but if England could somehow come back, oh, nicely left by Broad, it'll be the end of the over. It'll be 236 for 6. Andrew Strauss is just saying for Australia, you have to try and keep calm in this scenario, but how do you when England are well and truly attacking? At the moment, I believe we've got 10 minutes left of this session. Then there's that 40-minute break, and then we are back for session number 2, which I can guarantee you will be probably just as hectic, although hopefully not as controversial, but hopefully as hectic. Ben Stokes, some fantastic hitting around the ground from that man. We can hear the boos raining out for Captain Cummins to once again make his way towards Ben Stokes. Come on, England, says Connor. I feel like no matter what, once an English batsman's dismissed, Australia are getting booed. But until then, if Ben Stokes can hit a few more big shots, the crowd will be absolutely loving it. Ben Stokes gets it down the ground. I feel like he's found a little bit of a gap there too. Yes, he has 4 more runs for Ben Stokes. You know what? I know that they've played a little bit of baseball in the past, but this is more than baseball at the moment. Come on, England, says Anas. And thanks to you, Kiwis, for the Stokes, says mainly minimal. And I've come and smiled. Well, it's come and smile. He's got a face you just want to slap. And what is the probability saying, says Amant? They haven't showed it in a little while, but in the 8 minutes' time, we will check in. Oh, he's just tried to swap that one. They're going to take on 2 runs, and they will be able to get there. Very good running from England. That'll frustrate the Australians. Ben Stokes, disappointed not to get it to the boundary, but still very happy to be able to walk away with the 2 runs there. Crowd just don't know what to expect for this test match. It was the early caller too, I believe, from Stuart Broad. Managed to get through not too badly. Like I said, if Stokes can convert this down to less than 100 needed with 3 wickets in hand. Oh, that was almost the toe end of Stokes's bat. It ended up falling short of Alex Carey. This partnership is 49 runs of 27 balls. England have it, says Connor there. Maybe a little bottom edge at the moment. The odds have it Australia 77% likely to win, England 21%. Wins lunch, I believe it is going to be in 10 minutes or so time. England to win this game are sitting $4.10 underdogs as well for Australia's $1.19. So they're not hugely out of this one yet. Nicely worked. That'll be one. A 50-run partnership, although I don't think Stuart Broad will appreciate the fact that he now has to face 2 more deliveries. Broad, Oi Stokes, how's your back? Let's see it from carrying us. Says Wolves Song, and Stokes is trying to get England close or over the line, says Pads Ablaze. Oh, I think Stokes was just checking in. He thought that that was all of the short balls for the over. Stuart Broad of this 50-run partnership has had 1 run off 8 deliveries, but he's still out there. What helps create that partnership? They obviously fed Stokes after midnight. Got him wet, says Grant. Broad. 2 balls remaining. They've got all the men in close. Broad knows that this is going to be short. I'd love to see Cummins actually pitch this one up. I feel like it would actually be a very good tactic. You only find funny furries in the Pommy dressing room, all primed up, boys. Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi, here comes Pat Cummins. Slightly shorter, nicely worked, but well fielded by Usman Khawaja. Short broad. At the moment, the crowd are well and truly getting behind them. Who are you cheering for, Siddhartha? I am normally pretty impartial in these Ashes live streams. You know, there is a part of me that, I mean, at the end of the day, having a series be 1-1 after the first two games is a lot better than having a series 2-0. So, maybe a little bit in favour of England at the moment. All other batters just need to stay as long as they can and get Stokes to hit the runs, says Pads at Blaze. Yep, his wicket is absolutely crucial. One ball left. Looks like someone is replacing their shoe, trying to get the shoe on. I think that's Pat Cummins with his New Balance. Okay. They're saying that they don't really want Cam Green to be bowling that next over, as he did go for 24 runs. Cummins is running down the clock for the sake of them not having to bowl another one. And Stokes goes, England are done. Yeah. It's our charm, admit it. Mate Stokes is stoked a passion in you. Well, I just feel like I don't know, maybe there's just something that's very admirable about the way that Ben Stokes plays a game of cricket, if that makes sense. Like, you watch him in that last innings when it was him and Jack Leach for the Ashes in 2019, and the way that he always turns up into a big match scenario and just goes out there and gives it the 150%, that will be the end of the session, ladies and gentlemen. So they didn't actually have time to get that one more in the overs. The run rate almost 5 per over, 26 overs bowled, 129 runs. Like I've said, the controversial dismissal of Johnny Bairstow, but England managing to get themselves a nice fight back here. Now to only need 128, Stokes gets the round of applause. It's going to be intriguing, though, to see how he comes out in that next session, because I feel like at the moment he would have loved another 5 to 10 overs just to smack it around big time. But now, because this is going to be interesting, the Aussies have to walk their way off the field through a hostile environment. Irish has permanent splinters in his ass from all the fence sitting. There's Grant, that is very true. And also just the general sitting, because this chair has hardly any cushioning on it. Broad and Stokes both making their way. You can hear the booing in the background. That is for the Australians. Oh, there's a guy getting, one of the security guys were telling off the Australians, Usman Khawaja, having a little bit of a chat face to face with one of the older players from back in the day. I think Khawaja, he was getting schooled by one of the veterans there. This is entertaining. Unfortunately, will only take one misplaced shot for it to all be over. If England can get it below 100, Australia might start panicking, then England's chance will improve dramatically, says Ronald. That's the passion for sure. Well, break time, and Stokes will come out flat. Get done by a lazy shot, says annoying. Kiwi Stokes and Kiwi McCullum can't go wrong unless, of course, they're excluded from eating meat like Indian cricketers, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. And game is set, says Diritesh. So, yeah, I guess it's now just that question. Like, to be honest, I think the game's going to be over in this next session. And I don't know whether that's because England have got the runs or whether that's because the Australians have been able to pick up the wickets. What happened to Khawaja just now? So pretty much as the Australians were walking back through the inside pavilion club room area, where there's all of the kind of older players in their vests and their jackets and kind of the more experienced fellas of the ground, normally the richer folk. He was having a bit of a chat with one of them because I think he was walking past and one of them must have said something. This is like an 80-year-old man, and he turned around and started kind of pointing and saying stuff. And then another one chimed in as he was trying to walk further towards the changing room. So, I mean, it's going to be one that's not a popular decision at all. But It's really unfortunate because, like they said, it's in the rule book. They got caught slightly lacking. I'm gonna quickly. I want to have a quick look while we are still on the stream. What should we look at? Should we look at the ICC? That'll have it, won't it? What do they got posted on the ICC? There's going to be a clip of it somewhere, isn't it? Oh no, ICC, they might not actually have anything for the Ashes, do they? Where's the Ashes? Do they have an Ashes? They don't have an Ashes. They don't have an Ashes cricket thing. I guess it's just Fox cricket, is it? Fox cricket. Whereabouts is it? It's got the Ben Stokes one. They didn't do a post about it. What's the first comment? Made the rules, yet forgot them. Classic England. Okay, so it's an Aussie. I didn't realize that was going to be the first one. Let me see. I just realized the fact that I'm on an Australian one probably isn't the best idea. How about England cricket? Let's see what we got there. England cricket. They got the clip. It's already gone viral. And yeah, they've just got pretty much the summary. Kate's got it pretty much spot on, which is clumsy from Bairstow, yes. Unsportsmanlike from Australia, yes. And just yes. And even if Ben Stokes had 70 more, 50 odd runs can be scored by the other. I think Green should not come back into the attack. Obviously, now they will not have a chance, or they will not chance with Head also. I mean, to be fair, Travis Head might not be an absolutely terrible option here because if your quicks are going for heaps of runs, like, is it going to be the one that maybe he mishits? The only problem is he might work it for the two, and then that would probably frustrate them after a while. But like, yeah, is he the worst option of risking here? Chuck him in there. If he gets smacked for 20 runs off over or two, not ideal. But Australia, they'll be looking at this now, going, "Did we let them away a little bit too much near the end? We should not have dismissed Bairstow like that. Captain should have called him back," says Peter. Yeah, that is probably where a lot of people would have liked to see like Cummins step in or something like that and just go, "Nah, we won't take that one." Like it's a technicality, but we won't take it. But yeah, as soon as it started going upstairs, it was going to be a rough one. Thank you so much, Hemi. No cricket here in Norway. They don't know what they're missing, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Yeah, at the moment, I mean, like I said, I don't think this is going to a third session, so we've only got a couple more hours of this Ashes test match, but it's good to see you once again here, and I'm sure we'll see you back at some stage for the third one, which I'm sure will be filled with tension as well, more than likely. But yeah, the next session, I believe, will be starting at 12:55. Here it is, Kawaja just having a bit of a chat with one of the older fellas. The players, they were all getting told off. Yeah, so David Warner was having a chat with one of the older fellas and actually had to get pushed back by one of the stewards. David Warner wanted to try and fight the elderly gentleman. We'll have to call him Conor McGregor 2.0. That's what happened in a pub, wasn't it? Conor McGregor was like, "Hey, try my whiskey, it's free." And the guy was like, "I don't want that rubbish." Conor just went and bloody dropped him. Well, he didn't even drop him, he punched him, and the old guy just went back to his drinking. Stokes is so good, please. Just get him out, says at Cheesy Sports. Do you think the old guy said something to Kawaja about his brother? Says Hanoi. Just they're talking about Ricky Ponting and the fact that even he is getting booed at the moment for the Australians. They are just showing the replay. I'm interested to see how they anticipate it. Like, yeah, pretty much what they've said is in the rules, it is out. But is it the way that you want to have that wicket falling, not at all. But he got hammered. That will be a momentum change, and England will feel ahead. Perhaps good risk to take, says the Ritesh. And England are starting to cotton on like Irish rugby. The more Kiwis you can rob, the stronger your outfit will be. Says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Okay. Okay. So they were saying that Cummins had the option of withdrawing their appeal, but didn't. Okay, they're actually saying it's a stumping, which is interesting because I went on the scoreboard and it did say it was a run out. Okay, they're showing another one, which was Colin de Gronholm getting run out. Now that's a little bit different because they're trying to say that England have done it before, but it's slightly different. And yes, the captain can turn down the offer of the wicket, says Peter. And Aussies just need another 4 wickets to go up 2-0 in the Ashes Test Series. As equal to man kidding, it's not done. It's not how we play our game, says Peter. But if it's by the keeper, it's a stumping, mate, says Cheesy Sports. Not necessarily. Because what if a keeper has had to run, let's say, 30 meters behind him? He's whipped off the glove, and then they're running, and he throws the ball. Is that then counted as a stumping? Normally, for the stumping, I think it's more, he's got to at least be in roughly where the batsman is. You know, they're thinking Mitchell Stark's going to come in after the break, and more than likely the Aussies. They will try some quick deliveries. They're talking about Stuart Broad being hit in the head. Unfortunately, he's been hit twice. That's different, I think. But yeah, so like Alex Carey was 20 or so meters back from the stumps, though. You see, so it's interesting. This is shameful. Well, this is as shameful as the Greg Chappell underarm incident against you Kiwis. That is, or this is shameful to us. I'm disgusted we did that. Just shameful, says Peter, and only the Aussies would do that. Says mainly minimal. Yeah, it's just a bit of a shame, isn't it? Because it was building into such a promising test, and now no matter what the result is, and by that I mean no matter what the result is, if England lose, people will look at that moment as a complete game changer. Because Bairstow, like we mentioned, he was looking pretty good at the crease. He wasn't looking too bad, and he was playing a couple nice shots. Then the counter argument comes in of Ben Stokes, would he have gone this aggressive had he still had Bairstow at the other end? And I don't believe he would have. I believe that the English at this point maybe could have still been that 5 down, but still needed around that 160, 170. So, there's a lot of factors that have now changed in this game. The only way that it kind of equals, I guess, the only way people won't completely riot about this contest is if England win. That's pretty much the way of it. That if England win, people will be like it was unsportsmanlike from Australia, but it didn't change the result hugely, other than the fact that it fired up Ben Stokes to help his side over the line. But we've still got another 128 runs that the English will have to try and get for themselves. Get that total under 100 for that mindset, says relaxing Kiwi. Commentators, they are just saying that they've never heard an atmosphere like that at Lords in these conditions, and they're wondering how Stokes is able to keep his cool, calm head on him because it is a very hostile environment, and some of the boos, they're towards your opposition, but still to be able to keep calm when you're hearing that raining of boos is extremely tricky to do. Yeah, nonetheless, we are sitting 12:30 here in New Zealand. We're already actually 15 minutes through the lunch break. There's still going to be another 25 minutes or so, and then we will be back for session number 2, ladies and gentlemen. That will be starting at around 12:55, I believe, New Zealand time. So what we're going to quickly do is we are going to go like this, go like that. There we go. We will put that down the bottom, ladies and gentlemen. The Black Caps would have withdrawn their appeal 100%. Too kind or too soft, says Alan there. I mean, you could say too kind in that case, but I think 90. Well, I want to think 90% of teams would, but I don't think they would withdraw it. The biggest problem, like you've got, is it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because like people are gonna say, even though it's within the laws of the game, it's still that unsportsmanlike behaviour, isn't it? Which you just showing there, Jack Leach celebrating the test match for England a wee while ago. Also, I mean, that Ben Stokes and Jack Leach innings that they were able to get for themselves was absolutely incredible. That was a little while ago as well. Never forget the Aussies are eggplants. And bombs are quick to shelter under the nearest rock when the heat is on, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Although at the moment, I think Ben Stokes, when the heat was poured up to an all-time high, he stepped up and he said that he wanted to run head first through that fire and try and pretty much extinguish the whole of the Australian momentum in one go. But yeah, next session, 25 minutes away, ladies and gents. We will be back for it, so be sure to stick around. Until then, we're going to have a little bit of music playing for you guys in the eardrums, and then we will be back for session number 2 of what has been a very, very interesting test match, I will say. But I will see you all a short moment. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second session of the day. The players have made their way back out onto the park, and there are an array of boos and cheers and everything in between as the players make their way out. There are 128 runs required for England to be able to get themselves the victory. For the Australians, they will need 4 wickets. The ball's already been played, so it won't be out. Says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi, and also Aussie slowly struggling or strangling England today. Says Annoy. Ben Stokes, he had a fantastic last session, getting himself up to 108 runs not out. Stuart Broad, been a tough one for him. He's had to face a short ball barrage of 10 balls. I would say that probably 9 of those have been short. He's been hit with 4 of them. Now the same old Aussies always cheating chant is going around the ground. Of course, the controversy that did take place last innings, or last session, which involved Johnny Bairstow losing his wicket. I believe Mitchell Stark might not be too far away from starting his bowling again. Been a very good partnership. Just saw Vid Warner looked very aggro, says Annoy. So is that the one of him talking to that guy who was in he was inside of the clubhouse type thing? Looks like Hazelwood's going to be continuing, but yeah, Warner wanted to jump the rail, didn't he? He wanted to go and get the guy. 128 more runs. They have got 5 men, in fact, on the leg side. They have got every fielder back on the rope other than Alex Carey and the bowler, which pretty much tells you they want Stuart Broad on strike. But Hazelwood to start the bowling. Stuart Broad acts like he's going to have a run, but decides against it. He was blocked by a guard inside the room, says Annoy. Yeah, so tension's running high for this match, it seems to be. And Warner seems to be easy to roll up. He does. And we see a bit of a temper from someone like a Ben Stokes, but it's a different kind of temper, isn't it? Like he'll just slowly sit there and boil. Whereas Warner just lets it all out in one go, which I think is what Stokes did in that first little patch when he was batting up against this Australian bowling liner. What a shot that is down the ground. He's timed that perfectly, Ben Stokes, and that is another 6 runs for him now. He is working in boundaries at the moment. He cannot go for anything less. As the old guy mentioned Sonny Bill, or maybe the old guy mentioned Sonny Bill, says Annoy. What a great shot from Ben Stokes. Rocks back. And clean as a whistle. There will be 6 more runs for the English. Like I mentioned, their goal here will be to try and give as much strike to Ben Stokes as possible. Oh, he's tried to hit that one hard. They thought about trying to take on the 2. Ben Stokes sends him back and says, we'll just leave that one as a dot. As soon as Stokes is dismissed, if he is dismissed, that is when this match will heavily change. Australia, they will be bowling short to Broad. They'll be bowling short to Robinson, to Anderson, and to Tongue. I remember him overreacting to De Klock's sledging, says Ali Scout. Now here comes Hazelwood again. Short ball. Stokes, that's gone up in the air. It's a chance. Oh, it's dropped by Steve Smith. One of the safest fielders. I did a little bit of foreshadowing earlier on because I said earlier that Steve Smith, one of the safest fielders and the man that you want under the ball when it goes high. He's just put it down though. Stokes, I think he's more frustrated than Smith with the fact that he could have been out. Sandpaper Smith dropped him. What a fellow, says Hanoi. I think you're still a little bit ahead, Hanoi. Be sure not to spoil too much. I know that first wicket of... Who was the wicket? It was when Duckett went out, wasn't it? And I got no excitement out of it because we already knew it was coming. Oh, Hazelwood again. Big full ball there. Full toss. Stokes a little bit disappointed because he thought that maybe could have been able to just smack that one for the boundary also. But Smith, like they've said, 99 times out of 100, he would have taken that one. And Sandpaper Smith, I like that one. There's mainly. Okay. 5 balls gone. Everyone is back still. So they're saying it's either going to be a Yorker or a bouncer. Either way, Ben Stokes will try and get some sort of bat on this, but it seems strange to not have anyone. Ah, that's why. They tried to go with the wider delivery, and that will be the end of the over. So they went with the wide Yorker outside of off stump. NASA Saints just said they could have done that with the field up. Looks like Ben Stokes has not even taken a step here. I think he was confused at how many balls had been. And back says Amelia K. So he was actually expecting the same thing. He thought that they'd bring the field up when it was the final ball of the over. They did not do that. So now it's going to be Pat Cummins. I believe it would have been Mitchell Stark initially, but because it is Broad now on strike, Cummins has decided that he wants to give him some more short stuff. Unfortunately, Broad, he's had a tough test match already, been hit in the back of the head twice. They've just said they've never seen an atmosphere like this. Players going at each other, the crowd going at each other. Hostile, the way that they have described it. Brody sitting on 1 off 10 deliveries. Stokes 114. He has been able to work his way up there very nicely after some fantastic hitting, getting a few sixes, couple fours thrown in there. Now Cummins. Is it going to be short? Yes, it is. It's whipped off the leg of Stuart Broad. They'll get the single. And now Stokes will have strike to Cummins. They almost were able to get that wicket of Stuart Broad. The crowd cheering now for that one. Just off the bat, nicely done by Broad. It wasn't as short as some of the bounces, and Steve Smith, full outstretched dive, not able to get the hand quite to it. Now Stokes, every man is back out on the field, or out on the boundary, I should say. Far out, says Amelia. Right, Ben Stokes, he's had a half chance. Smith dropped him when he was sitting on 114. Cummins now, short ball. Nice cut shot away from Stokes. Kawaja making sure to field it in the deep, and he has been able to do so. Dot ball. I've mentioned it that like there's probably not many better who are able to hit boundaries when the whole fielders are all out. It's more of a square than an oval on the screen. It is a bit, isn't it? So your short boundaries either side, which is why if it is slightly too straight, Stokes will look to hit this one to the leg side. Cummins bangs it in short. Stokes swings the bat. He's managed to find the fielder there in David Warner. And once again, they do not take the run. Wonder whether or not they almost could have got through to 2 for that one. I guess you don't really want to risk it. Definitely not this early on in an over. They might consider that maybe 5th or so ball. Now Stokes, he's hit some fantastic sixes around the ground. Cummins, 3 balls left of the over. Captain versus captain, like they've said. 250. Oh, it's the slow Yorker. Crowd are all cheering because Alex Carey did drop that one. It was 116 Ks from Cummins. 24% chance of England winning this test match. 75% chance for the Australians to win. And I can tell you right now, as soon as Stokes go out, that number for England goes right down to the single figures. The only thing that saves them in that situation is if Stokes is able to get himself maybe another 50 runs or so and cut it below the 100 for the last 3 batsmen to be able to get. Another short ball. There was a little bit of a glove there. That's going to race down to Josh Hazelwood, who fields it. So not actually getting any runs for that delivery. Wait, the run given. Did they run it? Oh, they did. I don't think they ran in the end. But a glove there for Ben Stokes. And just kept on spinning away. And Aussies can't get, I can't down green. I need to bowl Yorkers, says Jacob. Don't think either side is out of it, says Amelia. Now one ball left for Stuart Broad again. This is going to be short. We know that already. And it is, just gets hit in the arm with it. Oh, he's taunting the man in close. Lavishay, the two of them playing. They were just making sure that Stuart Broad was still in his ground, and which he was. And that's going to be the end of the over. Are we going to win? But are we winning in disgrace? I'm watching on 9 now. Oh, double nows there. But yeah, I think that the amount of neutrals who I have already seen are now going for England in this match is huge. You know, like I feel like even some Australians have decided they'd rather see England win this test match. So it's crazy how one moment can change a match by so much and have such an impact on a team. When does Broad not taunt? Says Jacob. Well, in this case, he's doing it because his teammate was dismissed in a slightly unsportsmanlike manner. I guess you could say, oh, he's gone big there, Ben Stokes. That'll be another 6. And that, I mean, tell you what, if that boundary was 80 metres, it was still flying over by 10. And Stokes, I had to go, says Jacob. Or has to go. Yeah, he does. If England are going to win this, he needs to be there for Australia. If they are going to win this, they need to get rid of Ben Stokes soon. Because at the moment, they're just dishing him up pies, and he is eating every single one of them. And Broad loves to have fun, says Ali Scout. And bowling bounces to a tail ender. He already hit in the head, just shameful. And I'll add, already hit in the head twice. Is it fair ball, says the Law of Cricket? Yeah, it's an interesting one because people are saying, I mean, Ricky Ponting was even saying in the spirit of the game, even with it being a fair ball, he would have taken away the appeal. So even though it's within the laws, even Australians are saying they wouldn't have claimed that wicket, and they feel bad that the Australian side did. So it's going to be one that splits people, I think. Overall, like you said, it is in the game and it's in the laws. Should Bairstow have been leaving so early? He shouldn't have. That's 6 more for Ben Stokes. Goes to the leg side, just gets I thought that was the glove, but it still travelled for 6. Must have got some bet on that, surely. And Cummins now, this over, it's been 6.6. Ricky Ponting now saying it's all wrong from Australia not getting the field set right at all. Why aren't they pitching it up outside off stump to Ben Stokes? Because at the moment, they're just giving him freebies. They've just said nowhere near high enough to bowl to Ben Stokes for him to be at all troubled by that delivery. And now it cuts it down to 108 runs needed. I mentioned it just before the end of the first session. I said this is not going to a third. Stokes plays it safely. They will just take the 1 there. What is Win Predictor saying now? England are sitting about 30% likely to win this test match. So they have propelled quite nicely. There's still enough runs left, though, for England to need to get that if Ben Stokes was to be dismissed now, it's going to be, yeah, it could be over for them. And Duckett was crucial. He was. Or critical, sorry. Then you know cricket is not a sport, it's a way of life. How you play cricket is how you live life, says Peter. The leg side, 82% of his runs coming from the leg side. No one wants to see the Aussies win anything, says Grant. Over 100 runs on the leg side for Ben Stokes. Surely that tells you to bowl on the offside, doesn't it? Try and frustrate him. Dry up his runs, because at the moment he's getting a whole heap of them. 2 balls remaining. Stuart Broad facing up against Hazelwood. Gets the short one and defends it nicely. Ben Stokes looking focused as ever at the non-striker's end. He's left his tailwinder. Well, not even tailwinder. He's left his bowler with the task. 2 balls. He's done 1. Just has 1 more remaining now. The fact that it was 127 needed for this final session, and now it's sitting a lot less than that. Sitting on 107. With the ball still to come in this over. Broad goes after it. Plays the pull shot. That's 4 runs for him too. And that is a brilliant end to a sensational over for the English. And Stokes, I can't keep smacking them out of the ground. He'll make a mistake, says Jacob. You think so, but he's already, the time that he's decided that he's going to have a little bit of aggression was actually when he was sitting on 60 runs. So that was pretty much 70 runs ago. They've been waiting for him to make the mistake, and they had the opportunity, and Steve Smith dropped the catch. So you wonder how many lives you can afford to give him, because I think even giving him one life is too many when it comes to him batting, because or else then he will try and punish you. Yes, they might still be able to get him out soon, but how many of these extra runs that he's been able to get additionally will start to add up? Blackburn superb win against the Aussies last night. It was huge victory for the Blackburns, and the Australians have never played cricket in the spirit of the game, says Grant. Now Ben Stokes on strike. It is once again captain v captain. Cummins charging in. Oh, that's gone up high from, yeah, it's going to fall safe though. For Ben Stokes, mistimed it bad enough that they will have to go and get that ball. It actually, if they had a ring field, would have probably gone to the fielder. Starkey needs the bowl. Yeah, I think Mitchell Stark should be bowling very soon. I believe he was going to be bowling for Cummins, but then Cummins decided that because it was Stuart Broad on strike, he wanted to have a crack at him. But now they've got all the fielders back. Get some reverse swing on the pitch. Oh, great Yorker from Pat Cummins. That is more of what they should be bowling to Ben Stokes, because allowing him to score runs freely hasn't quite been the tactic as of yet. That is a very good cross seam Yorker right in the block hole. Stokes, though, he's playing like a batsman with all the time in the world. We can see Ollie Pope there looking out through the window. Had a shoulder injury earlier on in the game, then re-injured that same shoulder. So not sure if he's going to be playing in the next match. Maybe Bairstow takes his spot up the order and they go with Folkes as the wicket keeper. Yes, we have Grant. We have condemned our players when they have not played in the spirit of the game, e.g. the underarm incident. Yorker is the key. They try the short ball there. They'll take the single. For me, that's too early. That gives Stuart Broad now 3 balls to face. I think it might have been Broad who called him through. Australia to need wickets, or to win need wickets, and England need 103. They certainly do, although now one less, 102. Broad on strike. The field all ringing around him. To say that this might have been the first real mistake, other than, of course, when he was dropped. That might have been the first real mistake we've seen from Ben Stokes. I feel like 3 balls for Pat Cummins to face. Oh, sorry, not for Pat Cummins. Stuart Broad to face from Pat Cummins seems like a little bit too many. Oh, it's pitched up and almost got his leg stump. Well bowled. The thing is, Stuart Broad, yes, the short stuff can be effective, but it seems, pitch it up. See if he wants to have a bit of a swing at it, because I haven't seen Stuart Broad have to block one off his front foot as of yet. Hazelwood, that's just a shockingly bad bowling, says Budley Bailey. Yeah, not getting it in the right spot, bowling too short. Didn't consider outside of off stump. Oh, now it's short to Stuart Broad, and he's hit it into himself. He's a little bit disappointed, but he got on to the last one, managed to get himself the 4 runs. How many above the head does Cummins have? Says Jacob. So, he's bowled a few short balls, that's for sure. We need Boland. Well, Boland, I feel like even though they'd be telling him to pitch it up, I feel like Boland occasionally would still pitch that ball full, just to try out the stumps. Like they've said, there it is. Great ball, but brilliant shot from Stuart Broad into the over. That's 269 for 6. Exactly the same that Green had bowled before lunch, says Budley Bailey, and to no real effect either, was it? It was just short stuff for the sake of bowling short. Like, there's no point having all of your fielders back if you're going to bowl the ball as a pie so that the batsman can just honk it over the top of them. We need Murphy, says Ryan there. And for example, in the bodyline series, we refused to bowl bodyline playing cricket in the spirit of the game. That's how we play cricket. Anything less is a disgrace, says Peter. You need to do Yorkers at Stokes. Strange how they haven't been, says Hanoi. Or even, like, they've tried a couple Yorkers more recently and they haven't looked bad. They've been dot balls. Just put it outside off stump. Pitched up outside off stump. I think he'd be going that, or there'll be that much adrenaline. He'll swing at anything outside of off stump. I don't think he'd leave the ball. So get him going at that wide one, get the edge through to Alex Carey, and they'll be like, yep, that'll do. Let's see if he does it. Here comes Hazelwood. Hey, it's kind of outside off stump. Ben Stokes misses it. And next Ashes game, Murphy played in line, says Naveen. Which team will the sun help? Says Ahmad. I mean, I don't think either side's really that concerned about the sun. They give them sunglasses. So I guess if you're going to go off who would like the sun better, maybe the Australians, because they've got their protective eyewear, whereas Ben Stokes has not got any. Enjoying this live stream, says Jacob. And why aren't they bringing on Stark? Good question. Another short ball. Outside off stump. Stokes cuts it away and turns down the run. See, it's a lot harder. Like they've just said, the wider you put it outside off stump, the more you bring the toe into play. I'm just, Ben Stokes, 105 runs he scored on the leg side. He likes them in the slot to be able to rotate. If they're outside off stump and he's reaching for it, it's a lot harder to generate power going like that than it is to use your full rotation. Is there decent cloud cover? A little bit, although a little bit of sun coming through every once in a while. Pitched up. Here's it. They want two. I've called it early. It's going to be tight if they do decide to go for it. They've gone to the keeper's end and they get there. For the English, Hazelwood disappointed. He thought his end was the more promising one. What does the win predictor say? It says Ahmad. I would say that it's probably gone up to about 32 at this stage. We're in for an entertaining game. If this goes down to the wire, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. And Stokes in danger, Aussies. There's Naveen and Aussies trying to strike in broad pressure. Says Naveen. See, that was an amateur mistake, I would say, from Matty Renshaw. He tried to go to the bowler's end, to the wicketkeeper's end. That's a nice shot in the deep. Out to Marnus. They'll get the single again. But yeah, rather than going for the wicket that was there available, they decided against it. 99 runs now needed to win here for England. They've been able to cut it down very nicely indeed. Ben Stokes, one of the main reasons for that. Sitting on 6 runs off 17 deliveries. I want Oz to win, but the crowd noise is making me want to see it run very close, says Hanoi. I mean, at the moment, it is slowly getting closer and closer. Hamish Nessa is good at all caps. I know that is because he's also a Brisbane Heat boy, and I know you love the Brisbane Heat, Ryan. It's under 100. It's on, says Relax and Kiwi. Yeah, if Stokes can cut this down to, let's say, less than 70, it's really going to be intriguing. 2 balls left. Short ball. Top edge from Stuart Broad, and it's going to go all the way for 4 behind. They found the edge. This is tactically mind-blowing from the Aussies. It seems like they have no plan at this stage. What's your thought on bringing on Smudger, Head or Marnus? I would have thought Travis Head would have come on rather than, to be honest, probably rather than Josh Hazelwood. And I think they're starting to realise maybe Hazelwood wasn't the best option. 95 runs now required for the English. Australia need 4 wickets. England, 99. Now down to 95. And that was not even Stokes hitting the boundaries. That's the impressive part. Stuart Broad also well and truly holding his own out there in the middle. They've tried the short stuff to him all day. They've tried a couple pitched up deliveries. He's advanced down the wicket, Stuart Broad. He'll get the single. No, they turn it down. That'll be the end of the over. It's going to be 276 for 6. Boland would be bowling much tighter right now, says Hanoi. Well, Boland, the benefit he's got, although the same thing with Hazelwood, same thing with Cummins, they've got the ball on the offside that they can bowl right into the spot where it's very hard to decide if you're playing at it. Like, we haven't seen Stuart Broad that I can think of play and miss And if we have, it's only been very marginally for a slightly shorter delivery. We haven't seen him push it one outside off stump and get himself a little bit caught off guard, or maybe squared up to that full length ball. 38% chance of England now going on to win it. The hanky for bowling, yep, always right on the money. Australia, this is the closest it's been to 50-50 in quite some time. Slower, pitched up delivery there from Cummins, almost a knuckleball there. And it hasn't really stopped the Aussies playing, or players from still acting like absolute on the field, says Grant. Now, if the Aussies not ripped through the tail, says Jacob, I think it's just tactics. To be honest, I think they're playing this one completely wrong. Stokes, bowl outside of off stump, frustrate him. Because if you think about it, if you're bowling wide outside off stump for the last 3 balls of an over, he has to chase one of them. And then, yeah, that's once again not the tactic. They've gone short. Stokes hits it out to Kawaju, fields it nicely for the dot. And Aussies and English team, a real battle in the Ashes, and I'll be back, says Jacob. We will see you in a little bit. Now, it's that English heart to never give up, says Will Song. At the moment, that solo heart of Ben Stokes probably beating harder than anyone's in England at the moment, but he somehow keeps so composed in these important situations. Bring in 2 slips, change up the field. Well, that is one thing. In 18 overs time, they will be having the new ball. They'll definitely want to, well, to be honest, if they don't get rid of Stokes in 18 overs, this game's over because he would have already chased down the runs. That was close to a leg side chance. Crowd all ironically appealing. Yeah, he's on 132 now of 171 balls. They've been ticking over at about that 6 and over since returning. I'm highly skeptical, but fingers crossed, nothing like seeing the Bonds wagging their tail. And yes, we've not been playing our cricket with honour over the last 15 years. Here's Peter. He's 18 away from his 150. Oh, almost chops it on. They'll take the single there, remaining now 2 balls for Stuart Broad to face. And this is starting to show quite a bit of confidence for the English because Ben Stokes is saying to Stuart Broad, yeah, you can have 2 balls. At the start, it was, oh, we don't really want to give you 1. But now he's like, you can have 2, you can have 3, however many you want because you're hitting the ball to the boundary as well. We've seen 5% of deliveries pitched up today to Stuart Broad, 10% on a good length, and the rest have been all around his head. 85%, 2 of which have connected with the head, 1 of which that's connected with the body as well. Broad, like they've said, he's been bowled around his pads, which is actually what Cummins was trying out in that last over. 2 balls remaining. I guess the Aussies cannot play fair, can they? There's Wolf's song. Here comes Cummins again. 2 balls remaining of the over. It is short, stayed a little bit lower, so a bit more of a, I'd say, a good length there for Cummins. Slightly banging it into the pitch, taking the speed off the ball. Board has batted some fantastic tail enders. Says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. I don't think they like his face, says Eli Scout. Stuart or Pat Cummins, yeah, anytime it's zoomed in on him, the whole crowd boo, don't they? Same with Alex Carey, as he was the one who threw the ball onto Johnny Bairstow's wickets. Here comes Cummins again. Oh, that's in the air. It's a half chance, but Broad once again survives. And that'll be the end of the over. They don't take the single, and 94 more runs required to win for the English. We are already sitting about 25, if not, actually, no, we're sitting 30 minutes through this session almost. That is how quick it's been flying by. And Stokes just having a cool, calm, collected chat there with Stuart Broad. Looks like now Mitchell Starc is coming back in. Oops, Broad that is, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. It's still remaining Robinson, Josh Tongue, the youngster, and Jimmy Anderson, the veteran. Those are the 3 remaining batsmen for England that will all be hoping that it's much less than 50 runs required by the time they have to make their way to the middle. And they'll also be hoping it's Ben Stokes there at the other end with them. Few Aussie bashers in the chat today for the first time, says Annoy. And about time, says Jacob. Yeah, this was the change they should have made rather than Hazelwood, I believe. Yes, we had some shameful things happening with the Australian team over the last 15 years. The ball tampering incident was at the top of that. Now this. And also, and your Kiwi Lads commentary needs me, says, I was there from Naveen. And if I was an Aussie, I'll be scratching my pants, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Now everyone is back again for Mitchell Starc, and he is the kind of player who can get that in-swinging Yorker going. Also with that little bit more pace, might make it harder for Stokes to be able to time it, hitting it down the ground. Here we go. Mitchell Starc, short ball, outside off stump, quite stiff, almost bounced twice by the time it got to Ben Stokes, and we need some shape with Starc, although it's much better because, to be honest, as rough of a ball as it looked, it still didn't go terribly. You know, it was outside off stump. It's a dot ball. And only simply because they realized we have more heart than they thought. Keep underestimating us. Look what happens. And me and my friend Harry Nichols are following along live whilst on holiday in Barcelona. Thanks, mate. Come on, England, says JJ. Yeah, so hopefully you are enjoying your holiday. Starc. Bowl short. Hard, powerful shot from Stokes. I will go out to the man at deep extra cover. I'm back, says Footy Edits. Welcome back, mate. And come on, England. Come on, Stokes, says Josh. And this pitch has kept well for 5 days. That's because no one's pitching the ball up. Everything's been taking place on the halfway stage of the pitch, so they haven't really had to worry about too much, I guess, ball roughage starting to pop up from the ball repeatedly hitting the surface, knocking anything free. It's only really footmarks that can be a slight factor. Starc again. Facing off with Stokes. Oh, it's gone over the top of his stumps. It was the big swing from Stokes. Didn't get onto it. This is a much better bowling choice. No rough on the pitch at all, says Jacob. And that's the thing. Without both sides playing relatively aggressively, without Bazball being in play, this match could have easily ended in a draw, I feel. So it's probably a good thing because or else then the ground staff for the pitch that hasn't really offered a huge amount may have got in trouble. I can't see Broad holding out, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. That's why Stokes knows he's got to score a majority of the runs before then. Short ball. Stokes pulls it away. Oh. It sounded like indecision. They'll get back all right, though. What just happened there? Was that Broad saying yes, or was that Stokes saying no? One of the two ended up almost getting themselves run out. Looks like a day 2 Aussie pitch, says Annoy. So Stokes called. Broad said no. And then Broad said yes, and then Broad said no. So I think Stokes was pretty happy taking that one and leaving 2 balls for Stuart Broad. Broad wasn't so keen on the idea of facing Stokes. Well, sorry, not Stokes, Starc, when he's bowling full tilt. 2 balls remaining now. Pitched up. They'll take the single this time. Who are you betting on, says Jacob. I mean, at the moment, if Stokes is there for another 10 overs, I think England get a long way towards this because he's been scoring at quite a high run rate since the Bairstow dismissal. So, yeah, if he's there for another 10 overs, like the goal for England will be to try and get this done before the new ball for Australia at 80 overs. Even though they probably wouldn't say it per se that they are trying to do that, that will be in the back of Stokes' mind going, we want to use the old ball here, even though new ball might end up giving them a few more quick runs. I love to see Ashes finish a 3-2. Where Test series is fire, says Josh. And yeah, I think that's why a lot of people want to see this be 1-1 at the end of this one. And Stokes did it with Leach. That was harder to do. Then this, in my opinion, says Josh. Looks like it's going to be Stuart Broad on strike. Oh, it's an ugly bouncer from Mitchell Starc. And that will be the end of the over. 278 for 6. Stuart Broad has taken more shots here than I think I've seen in a very long time. Stokes will definitely be the man of the matter, no matter the result, says Will Song. And pay a $1.56, Oz $2.35, England $300 for a draw, says Annoy. And England are marching closer. See, that's hit him on the hand again, Stuart Broad. On the backhand as well. That's actually Okay, luckily for him, it's not his bowling hand. We knew we were going to have some leg spinners in the test side. Says Jacob. I mean, Nathan Lyon, he's played 100 consecutive tests, and now that he's got a calf injury, it does open up the door for one of these other players to possibly get a bit of a crack. Here comes Pat Cummins again. He's decided that it is his duty as skipper to try and get this Stokes wicket. It's gone big from Stokes, or has it? No, it's gone all on the ground. Ended up falling short of Matty Renshaw. Still 93. I'm just thinking to that man who will be sitting up on the balcony at the moment, Nathan Lyon. The fact that his side, when he was playing with one leg, he was getting heavily cheered from the crowd, to now have it completely rotate with it being heavily in favour of England. Like Nathan Lyon, his 20-run partnership with Mitchell Starc could be absolutely crucial here. We have got a donation from Viliami. Thank you very much, mate. Oh, that ball's gone high. No, once again, falls safe because of everyone being deep. Is that a picture of speed? A ball? It might be. But yeah, thank you very much, Viliami. I see that you did it twice as well, so hugely appreciated. Them bowling bounces abroad as a disgrace, just a disgrace, says Peter there. The worst thing is if Starc bowled him an in-swinging Yorker, Broad's gone. But the mentality at the moment for Australia is we want to try and hurt these guys in the process of getting them out. I'm a big English fan. I don't know much about Aussie though. What other spinners have you got? Says Josh. So for the Aussies, wide outside off stump from Cummins. That's better. Keep them a little bit. So they've got Travis Head, who's a part-time off spinner. Decent option as well. They've got Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne, who are both part-time leg spinners. But yeah, Travis Head for me is the best option, the off spin, to see how it goes. Normally they'd have Lyon, of course, but due to his injury, unfortunately missing out. And another Stokes masterclass, says Daniel. He's been batting brilliantly, but the job, he knows it's not done yet. Still needs a few more runs to help his side over the line. Pushing at that one. That will be another single taken. 92 more runs needed to win now for the Australians. How many slips? None. None at all. Now they might add one or two because it is Stuart Broad on strike. Smudger was bowling off yesterday, says Jacob. Was he? Interesting. I mean, I would still go with Travis Head above Steve Smith in terms of the bowling options, but they're almost leaving it too late now. They gave that couple overs to Hazelwood, and that's changed the impact of the game drastically because he went for maybe about 30 runs that they couldn't really afford to give away. Or we can just one run this home. But a cheeky six would be nice to see. And then a little donation and subscription for you, matey, says Josh. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciate it. At the moment, I mean, the English side, they are just not quite giving up, are they? They've still got, the thing is, they've got 4 wickets in hand. So if this gets to less than 50, anything goes. Short ball, oh, it's over the rib. I felt that one. Broad, he's going to have so many welts all over his body. He's been hit in the head twice throughout this series, twice throughout this match. Both times turning his head, getting hit right here. Not exactly where you want to be getting whacked with it. That one's got him, that got him up in the rib cage. There's not a lot of padding there. He's got his chest, it got him on the, I think it got him on the chest guard. All right. That would have hurt a lot less than if it had just hit into the ribs. A 1 ball left. Another short ball. Nicely done to be able to knock it down short of Matty Renshaw. End of the over. 279 for 6 now. Was a post today about how the Wallabies flew business class to South Africa, but women's team flew economy to Australia after their 50-0 beating to New Zealand. Says Annoy. We will die on our bats before leaving Australia go 5-0, or letting Australia go 5-0. There's Wolf Song. You play cricket? I do indeed. Recently got back into it. I actually played cricket last season for the first time in 10 years, which, I mean, the technique was still slightly there. We've actually got a couple of videos up on the channel of us playing cricket with a GoPro helmet attached. First innings, I will mention, not my greatest. I was playing it like a test match, the scoring rate that I had, but yeah, we've got 3 videos up, 2 of which I bat in, 1 of which I umpire in. And we've got plenty more coming, about 4 or 5 that are going to be uploaded as we get closer and closer to the start of our cricket season. Ben Stokes wanted to club that down the ground. And an absolute bloody disgrace to be bouncing broad over and over again. A bloody disgrace, says Real Peter. And I was a batter or a bowler, so I bat. Normally, I'm an opening batsman or number 3. I don't know how I got that role. I think it was just no one else wanted to do it. So, yeah, it was pretty much the first game that I came back after not playing for 10 years. They were like, "You're opening the batting." I was kind of sitting there going, "What?" I'm hardly played. But, yeah, bowler, or sorry, not bowler, batsman, bowl a little bit of spin. That's very nicely whipped off the pads for Stokes. Gone straight out to Smith. No run taken. Yeah, I try a few spinners. I can bowl off spin better, but I bowl leg spin because it seems more effective. And that also gets me tonked around the ground a little bit in our grade, but working on it. To be honest, as soon as July started, that's when my cricket pre-season is going to start up again. Now we're on the 3rd of July, but of course, once the Ashes is over, that's when we fire up. Get ready to go. But yeah, a few videos will be coming out in the near future. Stark shot from Stoke. Did he get it? Yes, he did. That's another 6 runs there. I think you might have jinxed that, Jacob. You said they're slowing down. Ben Stokes heard you, and he smacked Stark away for 6. Australia had good spinners yesterday. I'm surprised they're not trying it. Says Wolf Song. And Lion Injured might fall into England's hands, says Kepak's Kid. Yeah, great shot, 6. But I'm still surprised they haven't tried going for. That's a shot from Stokesy. Yeah, I'm so surprised that they haven't tried to go for any spin as of yet. They're down to 80 runs now ahead. Like, they've almost left it too little too late in terms of that spin option because you can't afford to have a 20 run over. Another short one. That's gone high from Stokes. I don't know if he's got it. It's going all the way. It's another 6 for Ben Stokes. And Stark now feeling the wrath of Stokes with the bat in hand. 147 he moves up to. I'm a keeper for England side, Durham. Under 20, second choice. Nice one. Awesome. Is that, I know that they have test matches for the older side, but do you guys play test matches as well, Josh, or are you only kind of short format? Do let me know. I'm sure if you're wicket keeping test matches, your legs are probably definitely burning after the first day, I would think. The worst, I remember I used to wicket keep, but I was very unfit, so it wasn't easy. And Stokes' club, big full toss there from Mitchell Stark. Stark can't afford to be expensive. 3 days, says Josh. I'd love to play a 3-day test match. We only just started getting into recording our games, but I was thinking after a year or 2 of doing it, perhaps I can try and organise some sort of like charity test match would be pretty awesome to be able to take part in. 3 more runs, Stokes for the 150. The partnership now up to 99 runs from 84 balls. England need another 50 runs to even the stakes. That's a long shot, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Was that being typed before those 2 6s, I wonder? Or was that after? It might have been after. And Viliami has donated $2 again. And AQ lads, I'm from Fiji, mate. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated. We've got some international Fijian rugby coming up in the near future. They are going to be going head-to-head with Tonga, Samoa, and Japan. It'll be pretty awesome. Down the leg side there for Broad, actually mixing it up a little bit. I appreciate Stark for that. He's just checking to make sure that Alex Geary knows that it's the end of the over. It's going to be 292 for 6. A very good over from the from the English, I should say. Being a keeper, you get drained over the day. Got to concentrate non-stop. And 3 days, the worst thing, as we have some fast bowlers, so getting hit from them is nasty. Yeah, I can imagine just constantly getting slapped, and all it takes is to get one slightly wrong and get a pinky or a thumb, and then it's just a painful rest of the days. We got a donation from Daniel as well. Everyone very generous tonight. And thanks for the content watching your stream while on holiday in Crete. Have I said that correctly? Crete? Come on, England. Says Daniel. Right, they're having a team huddle here for Australia. For all the older players in the team, Steve Smith, Usman Khawaja, Warner, all going round to Cummins going, oi, mate, You're trying to lose us this test match. Work it out. Oh, it's Cam Green. He's not bowling full, is he? Get a spinner in there. They got to go with it, don't they? Give the spinner a crack and see if he can slow it down a little bit. Ended up playing full game with broken thumb about a month ago. Just getting back happened on 40 over friendly as well. Done about 15 overs, kept full game and batted. Just thinking it was sore. Geez, that's commitment, isn't it? I got a big difference in terms of your story compared to mine. We were playing two T20s in a day. We were bowling first. I went for a diving catch. I either broke or dislocated my finger. I never got it checked, so I probably hard to tell, but pretty much I couldn't bend it. So I ended up having to umpire the two games, which was quite sad. When is Warner going to retire? I mean, he's probably within the next few years. I would say he'll end up popping away from the Aussie setup. Same with Kawaja to a certain extent. Like a couple of those guys getting up there. Yep, short ball to Stokes from Cam Green. Hope your thumb heals well, Josh. Or healed better, Josh. Says Wolf. And when is Warner? Oh no, I read that one, didn't I? Williamia happy with the team selections half from the drawer. Says, and oh yeah, some very talented players in the Fijian drawer now getting the chance to play for the Fijians. Now I'm slightly highly skeptical at this point. But for the sake of the series, I love to see it, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Now Stokes on 148. Another short ball. It was very close to Stokes' bat there. Almost left it like a periscope. 135 Ks from Cam Green. Like they're saying, why wouldn't you, for the last couple balls of an over, bring your field in and then, see if he wants to go over the top, because he's shown that he does want to. And then that's maybe when you can force the edge. If it is wide outside off stump, no way. Rather play than umpire. It seems easier after some decisions given these days. Oh, nicely worked to the leg side. They wanted it, but they decided against taking the single just at this stage. Our level no third umpire. You know what I mean, says Josh. Yep. I mean, I gave one of our guys out who got a thick inside edge and I felt so bad. Yet somehow they kept on saying, oh, you can umpire for us if you want. Because the worst thing is you umpire for your own team. And I'm about as honest as they come in terms of if I think it's out, I'm going to give it out. Like there's no impartialness because I know the guy who's batting or I know, all that kind of thing. So you end up giving them out. And it's worse because you have to walk off the field with them at times or they'll come out to umpire and you're like, yeah, sorry, I just gave you out with the inside edge. But yeah, luckily sometimes they're nice and easy, which happened for me in that game. I ended up with about a broken or dislocated finger. My cousin ended up with a broken toe, I think, from the Yorker that he got hit with, which was plum. I went, sorry, but yeah. Come on, men, get that 150 runs, mate. What are you predicting for the first week of the Rugby Championship? I think the Springboks will get themselves the win, and I think the All Blacks will just narrowly sneak it over Argentina. And Benjamin Stokes never mess with him. All good Yorker bowled there from Cam Green. It puts a little bit more pressure on. This is when you bring up the whole field because there's one ball left of this over. You've got to give Ben Stokes the option of either going over the top. Yeah, looks like Steve Smith is saying it. Are they not bringing them all in? Why are they not bringing them all in? Everyone, surely that's when you just say, everyone in. Let's not allow them the easy single here. And just watch the best. I run out to crazy. See things happen in the Ashes. Aussies got an England fan backlash, got the English fan backlash over it. They did. Even some Aussies were turning against them for that one, which I can understand because, yes, it's in the law, but, it's like, don't like it. I'm from New Zealand, though, so I'm luckily completely off to the side. I can hide in the corner. Some people think I'm Australian, so I'm hoping no one comes in and yells at me for what Alex Carey did, but that'll be a great maiden. There you go. That's a little bit of pressure building up now. Broad 10 off 25 now has the whole over to try and work it. England, 47% chance of winning this one. Australia, 52% still. That is about as close as it's been, though. They will wait until 20 runs before that. Yeah, they'll wait till 20 and then they'll give the spinner a crack, won't they? Where is he? Who's bowling now? It's Mitchell Stark again. And no way, I thought you was Aussie, says Josh. Yeah, it's weird because as it gets later on in the night, I start to develop a little bit more of an Aussie twang, but I think that's because I'm listening to the Aussie commentators and our accents, they're quite close, so yeah, I could get mistaken as an Aussie. Favorite shot, says Jacob. I would say for me, it's actually, no, I know what shot it is. It's the back foot step across to the offside, back foot cover punch, you know, or back foot cover drive. Yep. That's my favorite one. Front foot cover drive, not too bad either. Like I'm one of those guys that no matter how much I try and train it, I can't play leg side, which is really weird because most batsmen they play leg side better than the offside. But like I've got a cover drive, a cut shot, all those ones. I don't ever hit to Calpat corner for six. The mid wicket shot. Never been able to develop it, which I think is something that I'm going to have to try and work on for this year. Mine is a square cut. Says Jacob. Yeah, it's a nice one. Right, they've got two men in close. Stuart Broad has a full over to face. Now it's a short ball. Swing and a miss. Uncle Amish's dad is missing a good ending to the game. Says Grant, there he is. Although he's not actually here at the moment. They are going to be heading back home tomorrow. They've gone to get me sister from up north. Broad wicket in 3-2-1, says Sacred Soul. And the $300 for a draw looks a good bet. No, it doesn't. It's the reason it's 300 is because not much of a chance. The only way you get in the 300, I would say, is if they bowl them out when they need, like when the scores are even. That's your best chance of a draw, and that's pretty unlikely. But who knows? Another short ball. Oh, that was half a chance. They're going to get the single though. Stuart Broad going very nicely. Oh, the voice is starting to give out. We have done quite a bit of this test match, not as much as I would have liked to though. But we're doing the full of the last day. Have you been doing? Oh, have you been doing the Ashes this year? All the Ashes? I've done some sessions. This test match, unfortunately, we've only done one session a day up till the final day. The test match before, though, we did, I'd say about maybe 8 or 9 sessions. The only problem is it's real late night here in New Zealand. We're currently 1:46 a.m. on a Monday morning. And I think I'm starting work at about 8. So I've got 6 hours to work. It's going to end up probably being that case of a quick little speed nap and straight up, ready to go. How are you doing? It looks like England tie today. There's Sergio. Oh, that's better from Stark. Wide outside the off stump, unable to reach it. And it's a dot ball. But an innings from Stokes, it's Headingley repeat. Says Coding and good. I just so I can keep up. Says Josh. And I wish my leg side game improved once I opened up my stance. It was a balance issue for me. I fell over when trying to play down leg. That might be a little bit like me as well. We've got another cricket video coming out soon, Grant. And I know you said you were going to be my coach a little bit, so you have to watch me footwork, see what I'm doing wrong. Oh, it's a big full toss towards Ben Stokes' ball bag. It's a little bit high. No run taken. Almost could have been a run for a no ball. Give me that 150, Ben. Give me it. Says Wolf Song. So tired at 11:36 in Australia, says Jacob. And hard to be in England, says Sacred. Tell you what I should have done. This is like marketing 2.0, isn't it? Well, we're going to go like this. The chance here. Oh, it's pitched up. Very well bowled. Going to see if it's got. There we go. What we're going to do is we're going to share that link like that. I'm going to put the link to that latest GoPro cricket video in the pinned comment. That would make sense so that anyone who does want to see me batting, of course, I'm going to pin the better video out of the two for the batting side of things. But yeah, anyone who wants to see me having a bit of a crack with a bat. Oh, did I hear come on Heady? Oh no, there's one ball left. I thought for a second we were going to get Travis Head bowling. All right, we'll go like this. Boom. There we go. Pin that one. Of course, better video needs go up. What you do for work. So I am pretty much, I work as a builder, and that is, oh, good Yorker. That's with my dad, which makes it slightly easier because of weird hour like live streams. We do the rugby as well. So whenever it's a middle of the night game, he'll let me come into work a little bit later on the next day, which is quite nice. But yeah, pretty much we do a bit of building, and then also, I mean, YouTube, it's similar to a job for us in terms of the amount of time that we do it throughout the week, but it is more of a hobby in that regard. To be fair, no one should be or should ever take batting advice from me. I'm the world's best number 11 batsman. Just don't add a ball to the equation, says Grant. And also, England can just single run this. No need for risks until they all pile into the batsman's face. Of course, oh no, I read that one. Hi, lads. Love how Stokes is playing. Yeah, he's doing very well. 77 runs now required for the English to be able to take out a victory here. No, they'll keep Stark out because his bowling is phenomenal. There's Wolf's song. Right, Cam Green will continue. Yeah, Stark, I would say we'll get another three overs or so. Somewhere around there, just because he hasn't been hugely expensive. I think Cam Green will be swapped for Travis Head soon, I'd like to think. Unless, of course, he can get that wicket. Short ball, nicely worked by Stokes. You don't take the single there, though. Fielded in the deep. Yeah, I should mention that we have got a few other GoPro cricket ones that are filmed from last season that I just have to edit. I actually finished editing one of them today. I'm just not sure when it is going to be going up on the channel, but yeah, we're going to be doing it for the next season that is starting up in a few months' time. Short ball, nicely worked by Stokes. He wants two here. And I think he should be able to do so. Marcus Harris throws it, but they'll get there. Great run in between the wickets from Ben Stokes. I like you streaming into the games. What do you think of the All Black squad? I think that they're missing a few players due to those injuries, but still very good squad overall. And very good innings here for Ben Stokes. Third score of 150 in 94 matches. This has been an innings to remember. We have got there from Wolfsong to Jacob. We need more money as well. We need wickets, says Jacob. 75 runs now required to win. I mentioned that I didn't think this one would be going out of this session. There's still a chance that it does. If they do manage to slow down this run scoring rate, not a bad innings, a fantastic innings from Ben Stokes. Now taking some deep breaths. Oh, that's way down the leg side. That's almost close to a wide down the leg side. Look out for Tamaiti Williams. Let's get his blockbuster. And Hamish, your remote coaches. We'll be watching those videos, says Grant. You wait till you see my bowling. That isn't an upcoming video. Some rough ones in there. Tell you what, who was our keeper? It was Josh, wasn't it? Josh, I think test match keeping very hard, of course, but keeping to me would be harder than a whole test match if you had to keep to me for 10 overs because the ball will go absolutely anywhere. You'll be diving all over the place. You reckon England will do it? I mean, they're getting a long way towards it. I have to say it's looking a lot more likely now than it did 100 runs ago, but still going to be tough for those final little hurdles that they have to get over. Would you say Bob the Builder is an accurate depiction of builders? I mean, depends on what builder you get because some builders, like when you ask, can you fix it? They just kind of go, yeah, and then they have to come back in like 12 months because they didn't fix it the first time. It's not like us, though. We get the job done right. But my dad actually has Bob the Builder as his ringtone, fun fact. Are you just worried about your keeper's fitness? So, yeah, sure. That's why I throw them all over the place. Keeping Melfi, says it, Ellie Scout. I'm thinking Australia may make this upcoming Rugby Championship a memorable one, either for top in the league in a while or the opposite for bringing Eddie Jones on way too soon, says Will Song. Do you just saw back as a keeper, always bending? Not sure. I know back when I used to do it, it was back when I was a lot younger. Like I mentioned, I took that 10-year break. So there's there's been a bit of a difference. That's a great punch down the ground from Stokes. Takes the single again. That'll be the end of another over. 74 more runs to win. Yeah, I always used to find that it was in the quads when I was a lot younger, but I was diving all over the place back when you were a kid. You just throw the body around. 151 for Stokes. Let's go, lads and ladies. Says Wolf Song. And Wallabies needed Israel Folau. Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. They are just showing. I mentioned about it as well. Stokes, 9 6s, 9-4, but he was dropped by Steve Smith. A big moment. I believe that was when he was on about 80. So since then, he's gone on to get an extra 70 runs, which is absolutely phenomenal. The moment England, it says they need about 1 run per over, but of course, we won't get through those 71 overs today. Instead, I mean, if it goes further than this session, I would be surprised. We've still got an hour remaining of this one. And they may even, well, I don't know if they'll consider extending the session, actually. I take that back. I think it will end up in the scenario of more than likely we'll wait the 20 minutes and then we'll be back in for the final session of the day. But this is absolutely phenomenal from Ben Stokes. From going from 80 to 120 took him 19 balls. Amount of times a swan dive for the ball while fielding. Says Wolf Song. Oh, nice drive from Stokes. No run taken. Crowd are actually booing it now, but I believe that's because it's going down to Pat Cummins rather than the fact that Stokes didn't take the single. Still very patient here. And 74 runs, it's still quite a wee margin, you know. It's not going to be a 5-minute fix for the English. They are going to have to stay concentrated for the next, I would say, hour and a half to really make sure they secure the victory. I can see that Stokes has slowed down quite a lot here in the last maybe 15 minutes, although he's whipped that one to the leg side. Goes out to Travis Head, who fields it well. Is there going to be a new ball, says Mumbo Jumbo? At the moment, it does seem like with 12 overs remaining till the new ball, they should just get a little bit of a crack with it. Maybe 3 sessions. Get it done, says Sergio. 10 years ago, Hamish, you were barely out of nappies, says Grant. A bit rough. About 13, but no. That's the thing. As a kid, you underestimate how resilient you are in terms of being able to land on the ground. Like I was talking about this on another live stream. Back when I was younger and I used to play a little bit of rugby. Oh, Ben Stokes has just hit that onto the side of the knee. That will be a stinger. But yeah, I used to be like to my mum, hey, mum, watch this. I get a rugby ball, run down the backyard and just dive as high off the ground as I could and slam into the ground. And then I just, that was fun. I'd run back up and be like, did you see that? And then if she was like, then I'd go, right, I'll do it again. Straight down. And you just got up every time, didn't you? Cricket has to win here. Go the Poms. I remember I tried to do like a flying kick of a ball on concrete and smashed my kneecap on the ground. And the worst I got from it was a little bit of a sting, you know? Shot from Stokes. They're going to take the single this time. Same kid's a bouncy. Says Ellie Scout. Right. 2 balls remaining. Stokes is starting to get frustrated here, though, we can see. England are only 6 down, though. Ollie Robinson, Jimmy Anderson, and Josh Tongue. 3 batsmen who ideally will not want to make their way out to the middle. But there's a chance that they have to. I think Australia, they've almost missed their chance to put their spinner on because now you're getting a little bit too close. Is the scorecard frozen? It is. Here we go. All fixed now. At the moment, England win predictor, they are sitting 54% likely, the highest they have been almost throughout this whole test match. Whoa, that's not the ball that Stark was after. One almost got stuck in the hand. Way outside of off stump. He'll be very happy with that, Stuart Broad. And 30 to 40 runs inside 12 overs is doable, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Although they do need 70. So they might have about maybe 5 or 6 overs with the new ball at the very end here, depending on, of course, how aggressive Ben Stokes goes. At the moment, they're just in a repetitive cycle of Ben Stokes faces a few balls. Oh, that was half a catching chance. Looks like Stuart Broadie's going to be able to get the 2 runs here. Very nicely done. And he's actually got more runs in this over than Ben Stokes did. Who benefits a new ball, says Etiquette is a good question. Because you'd say England, if they've still got Stokes there, I think that would benefit them quite nicely because the ball's going to travel. Oh, hang on. My apologies. No runs taken off that one. That's crazy. Ben Stokes said, yep, no, there was 2, but he didn't take either of them. Broad pretty much ran to Ben Stokes' end of the field and ran all the way back without a run being taken. That was very interesting to see. Why is Hazelwood back? Where's Head? I know you don't have Nathan Lyon, but like Travis Head's not a bad option. No, he's not a bad bloke in terms of the ball in hand. Who do you think is better, Flintoff or Stokes all rounder? Ooh. I mean, different generations, of course, but Stokes, he's got to be up there, doesn't he, with what he's been able to prove. Flintoff probably better with the ball in hand. Yeah, I think Australia will also like the benefits of a new ball because it will mean that they are able to maybe get that ball to swing and they would be able to clean up the tail if they can expose it by the time that it is a new ball taking opportunity. Still the same old Aussies, always cheating chances going around the ground. I don't think that's going to go away throughout the whole Ashes. Nicely played by Ben Stokes. To the leg side and Smithy dropping Stokes. Yeah, massive moment in this test match because if Stokes had gone there, I feel heavily that this test match would have been long over. But because he gets that second life, someone mentioned about it earlier on as well. And they said about how, what was it? They said something about how that drop is not hugely effective because they're still going to bowl them out quickly anyway. But I mentioned about how Ben Stokes, you cannot afford to give him 1 extra life in a game of cricket because he will punish you for it. And he's scored about 70 runs or so since that time. Now that one's glided. This looks like they might take on the 2 runs. Yes, they do. Kawaja just has to sit in the deep. They turned down those ones as well. They're getting a little bit too hesitant here, I think, England. The protester during the first test, says Jacob. Just showing Pat Cummins trying to work out how to get Ben Stokes out. Here's a question. Spin? Maybe an option, just saying. They haven't gone to it yet throughout the day. Oh, another short ball from Hazelwood. Well evaded by Stokes. Well, even more of a question is the fact that Australia haven't gone to spin, during any of those times where it seemed like a good option. Like now they're not going to it because maybe they haven't got enough runs on the board that they feel like they are able to do so. Smithy looking rattled, says Big Al. Yeah, he certainly didn't like dropping that one, that is for sure. Because like they said, 99 times out of 100, he'd take that. And if I stayed up till 12 a.m. And the Aussies don't win, I'm gonna throw a fit. There's Jacob. And when was there a protester? Was it one of those oil ones? It was, yeah. So at the start of the day, pretty much the first day, second over, I think it was, they ran on the field. And Johnny Bairstow pretty much grabbed one, chucked him under his shoulder like that, and carried the bloke all the way off the field. And then the other one got bulldozed by security and just smashed to the ground. And bowler not playing, says Big Al. And Australia should try Steve Smith bowling. I think they should try something here other than their pace bowlers because worst comes to worst, you're going to need those pace bowlers for when that new ball is taken. You're going to want to use a fresh Cummins, a fresh Stark. Hazelwood maybe as the first changeover. I'm still surprised we haven't seen spin here from Aussie. It's as if you're sitting there as Travis Head, what's going through your mind? Going, in what scenario do you feel that you'd actually use me, you know? I would have thought you'd go to him once or twice already today. MCC members, the elite, says Big Al. You might as well go to bed. May go to another session, says Wolf Song. And Travis Head says, Jacob, I think he needs to bowl. I'll be honest. And if they don't use him, I would be quite disappointed. Not just because I quite like watching his bowling. Maybe I'm a little bit partial for that. Why are you shouting, says Wolf Song. Am I shouting or are you shouting? Probably me. Oh, no. You're saying that to Jacob because he's put it in all caps. Never mind. Second new ball available in 9. Nicely played by Stuart Broad. They won't take the single. Into the over. 299 for 6. 72 runs still required. It's going to be the drinks break, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, actually, I believe it is similar to that last session, and we might have an extra like 10 or so minutes, which does mean that this session will be ending at around 2:30, or sorry, 3:30 a.m., 3:20 a.m. perhaps, somewhere around there. Doable. Yeah, by the looks of it, we will be going to a last session unless there are some quick wickets falling, or unless they gotta try it. Try Travis Head. See how it goes. Worst comes to worst, he goes for a few runs. It's no different to the other bowlers. They are making me nervous turning down too many runs, says Mainly. Yeah, they've turned down a couple twos now, which is slightly concerning because if they had taken those 2 extra twos down to 68 runs required, and just looks a little bit better than 72, doesn't it? The biggest regret will be if Ben Stokes goes out when they've turned down some of those runs. But that is still a wait and see scenario, ladies and gentlemen. But anyone who is new, I should mention, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Also, if you do like watching a bit of cricket, maybe more along the lines of the amateur or local stuff, be sure to check out that pinned comment that I have got there. It is my GoPro cricket batting innings that I did have. We've got a few more coming in the near future as well, so be sure to check those out. They got Besto out in the same manner, so England can't take the chances, says Wolf Song. See, I'm wondering. They've got 3 spinners: Head, Smith, Labuschagne. I have a feeling that Steve Smith at the moment, he is pretty much barracking Pat Cummins, trying to work out field sets. If I was Travis Head, even if they weren't talking about me, I'll be doing that one and the warming up, stretching out the back and say, boys, if you want me to do a couple overs, yes, it might be expensive, but if we can buy a wicket here, if you're willing to give me an allowance of 30 runs for the sake of trying to pick up the wicket of Ben Stokes, surely Australia at this point have to say, okay, but don't mess it up. Just showing the Johnny Bairstow dismissal. The way that Alex Carey celebrated that, I think that was why people were also annoyed about it. He was giving out fired up Ben Stokes to another level and just started hitting 6 after 6. The man has hit 50 in sixes and also 50 off 4s. So, oh no, not quite. Not quite. He's had actually the same amount of 6s as he has had 4s. Are your earphones even on? Says Jacob. They are. This one's on my ear. This one's off my ear so that I can hear around. You have to shout, Hammy. When you fire up, we all get hot under the collar, says a mumbo jumbo Kiwi. But now Stuart Broad and Ben Stokes, I think they might have just also had a quick what do you call it? A pee break, a toilet break, I guess they had, because they did run off the field. And Aussies have thrown away any respect anyone had for them in this series. This is a team of cheats and renowned for it. Stokes and Broad so fired up. Worst thing Aussie could have done to themselves. I agree. Like, it's one of those ones that, Cummins back in the attack. Give the ball to a spinner. But yeah, I know the neutrals, they're heavily in favour of England here. I know some Aussies who are in favour of England. I'm from New Zealand, so I hide off to the side, just down in the bottom corners. And Stokes getting a little bit of spray on the gloves. They've said he is the guy for England. And to find a way of getting him out. I mean, they said it. Says a Wolf song. Stokes, he's sitting on 154. He has slowed down a lot since getting to that 150 mark. Broad's still at the crease on 11 runs off 32. See, this here is Cummins. I assume this is him saying, I need to step up and I need to get this man out because he's the opposition skipper. But I still feel like there needs to be some spin, just a little bit of spin somewhere along the lines, even if it's 2 overs, just to mix it up, mix up the pace, try and disrupt the timing. Hope we all smashing that like button. Kudos to Hammy for bringing this to us, to all corners of the world from his tiny town in New Zealand. Mumbo Jumbo. What to watch, good series of cricket. Says Sergio, if Cummins is going to bowl, please bowl some reverse. He's pitched it up outside off stump. Okay. So that's a little bit of a different tactic. 112k delivery from Pat Cummins. It's as if he's decided to just test out whether or not Stokes is willing to have a right big slash at him outside of off stump. Okay, they said 35 runs off the first half hour. The Australians, can you show the match, please? Unfortunately, if we were to show any match footage or audio, we get taken straight off YouTube, but I can recommend, if you've got a VPN, checking out TVNZ Plus. You will be able to watch the whole Ashes series completely for free, or set yourself to Australia and watch it on 9 Now completely for free as well. Australia is a good cricking team. Says Johannes, the first spin that comes and Stokes hits it for 6. I'm going to piss myself laughing. I will too, but at least we know that they've tried it. Like, I would rather see the spinner get absolutely smashed around the ground than to not have seen it, to at least know, okay, well, that's what would have happened, but at least we now know. Could Travis Head have picked up 3 wickets by now? Who knows? Like they've just said, they're happy that the last pair between Lyon and Stark did make their way to the middle because very valuable runs near the end of this one. Nathan Lyon, he'll be gutted that he can't be out there because he would have felt like spin is a good option. And you know where I can watch the match? Stands 9 Now in Australia, TVNZ Plus in New Zealand. It's also on Duke here in New Zealand as well. Wait, you can't even listen to audio? Gotta love YouTube, says Song. Yep, gets you in trouble. That's going to be now standing ovation. That's the total of 300 runs, though, for the English. They've fought back extremely well in this one, ladies and gentlemen. They've got another hour and 10 minutes until the end of the session. Stokes has now got a limp. Broad just asking if he's all right. He can't really say that when England has just has to make 72. Exactly right. Like, at the end of the day, I can just hear Nathan Lyon. Oh, sorry, not Nathan Lyon. Marnus Labuschagne shouting his head off next to the bat. 111, the quickest 100 runs they've got. They've reacted a lot. Well, I've reacted to a lot of rugby with audio. My vids are still there. It depends on who gets you, though. Here's a fun one for you. That's a wide from Pat Cummins, I believe. Yes, it is. Extra run on the board for the English. But I actually got a copyright strike about 5. What day are we? Sunday. Oh, we're Monday now, aren't we? About 8 days ago, I got a copyright strike on my YouTube channel for doing exactly what we're doing here. We ended up getting copyright strike for a rugby live stream. We were commentating the game. We had our own scoreboard up and we got a strike. So we weren't able to live stream for the rest of that game. So it just depends. Like, we get struck for the title of a live stream, whereas people can have full movies on YouTube and nothing gets done about it. 72 runs are still a long shot, especially if you factor in the new ball. If it gets to that, which I think it certainly will. If it ends this session, Australia wins. If it goes into the last session, England wins, says Ronald. And they should get the new ball by the end of this session as well, I should mention. On over the head of Stuart Broad with the bouncer. Yes, says Jacob there. Now Cummins. Oh, that stayed low. Broad does very well to be able to block it out. That is the end of another over. 300 and 1 for 6. And what for God's sakes? Yeah. And that's the thing. That's our fourth copyright strike. And we have never shown 1 second of audio or match footage. So it's a rough world out there on old YouTube, but then YouTube just have to do what they are told or else they get sued, you see. So I don't blame YouTube for it. I just blame the people false striking it. Just show a little bit. Okay. So once again, I've had 4 copyright strikes, right? And of those 4 copyright strikes, that's how much match footage I've shown. So if I was to show this much, then YouTube will go like. And have we seen any reverse sweeps? Oh, that's gone high from Ben Stokes. And I believe it's Alex Carey who's taken it. And that is finally the wicket for the Australians. Hazelwood gets it. They decided they didn't need to go to spin. Angry upset fans, most likely. There's a Wolf song. If we see any reverse sweeps being played, I'm going to start celebrating, says Jacob. Cummins, he goes over and gives Stokes the pat on the back. You can see the heartbreak on the man's face. Kawaja goes over to him, gives him the pat on the back as well. But 155 for Stokes. Valiant from that man, because that has been one of the iconic innings that man has had in his career. And he has had quite a few of them, ladies and gentlemen. But everyone is up on their feet. The Australian supporters in attendance, the English supporters in attendance, everyone appreciative of what that man's been able to do. Whatever happens, England deserves this nonetheless, says Capax. Yeah, now with that wicket falling, we're still 70 runs to win. It might just be a little bit too much now. Stokes the GOAT, says Capax. You can see how gutted he is. But I think that was mainly because, unfortunately, the runs just dried up. Australia changed their tactic. I don't think they're allowed to take video inside of the clubhouse. The guy was trying to get a video of Stokes walking past, and there was this random fellow who was sitting there going, no, you're not allowed to. Stokes single-handedly fought tooth and nail for this for the good of the match. And a well done, you Ginger Freak Stokes, says Grant. Ollie Robinson and Stuart Broad now. Unfortunately, I think that's going to be the last of the pitched up deliveries that we get to see. Now Robinson and Broad, they have some decisions to make. Who's going to be the man who's facing a majority of the balls? I would like to think that Robinson would take a majority of the strike, because he has had some decent batting in the past. But Stuart Broad, I think the way that he plays cricket, he will say, okay, it's me. I'm going to do it. Stokes has been on the coals in the last week. Just goes to show how you're only as good as your last performance. There's Mumbo Jumbo, and we're going to get a new ball soon. Yep, so that's going to hurt them very much. 8 overs time. That is if the tail is still there, but you just feel that momentum has well and truly been taken away from the English. The comeback dream perhaps is fading. Here comes Hazelwood. First ball to Ollie Robinson. He steps away to leg side. Was expecting it short, but instead Hazelwood gets it just over the top of the stumps. And to be honest, that's what you've got to do to these fellas near the bottom of the order. I know that they'll look to try and use some bounces in there, but still pitch the occasional ball up. Get it on the stumps. Put them under pressure. But Hazelwood, he was very thankful for that one, basking in the glory of that wicket. Stokes was absolutely gutted with being dismissed. Oh, that time it's a short ball to Ollie Robinson. Now, he's given a fair few short balls to the Australian bowling lineup, so I would expect a few going to him. The fact that they're going to be bowling probably bounces from both ends now is a little bit unfortunate. For England, you're a great commentator, says Jacob. Thank you very much. It's that Christchurch Kiwi blood and Ben Stokes. That's why, says Nazi Williams. Joe Root up on the balcony. He would have loved to get himself a few more runs. And this one, another short ball, nicely controlled by Robinson. Tapping that one out in front of his chest. And didn't the French invent cricket? There is a way, or there is a type of cricket called French cricket where you kind of stand with the bat between your legs. That looks dodgy. Looks like I'm at a urinal, but you stand there with the bat between your legs and you kind of have to tap it forward and not let the ball hit your shins because or else then you're out. Hazelwood is not at his best. Says Jacob. Who do you want to win, says Taran. I mean, it would have been great to see the English comeback story. That was close to an edge for Robinson. Didn't hear it though. Incredible knock by Stokes, but in vain. Says Natrino, and that's a game over, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Yeah, still 70 to go. Steve Smith goes over, taps him on the shoulder. Cummins tried to give him a pat on the back, but actually missed, unfortunately. Hazelwood, one last ball of his over. Pitches it up. Nicely worked away by Ollie Robinson. He'll get the single, and he will be on strike now for the next over. 69 runs required for the English to win. If they lose, I would say, I think they've still got 2 wickets up their sleeve. If they lose maybe 2 more in this session, which is another 50 or so minutes worth, if they then end up losing it, we go Australia now 75% chance of winning. But yeah, if they get 1 or 2 more wickets down, more than likely the session will be extended. As long as we don't dismiss anything, any more singles runs, we can still make it, says Wolf Song. Yeah, now Pat Cummins coming into bowl again. Impossible Bombs are living in the yellow submarine, says Mumbo. And typical French getting cricket wrong and then trying to claim they invented it. And looking wide awake there, bro. I want what you're on, says Asefa. Well, tell you what, she's 2:20 a.m. here in New Zealand. And I have no idea why, but normally at night time, I end up being a little bit more awake. I did have, this is a weird, shameless plug, but I did have a mellow puff beforehand. How much sugar's in these things? I actually ate more than one, though, so that'll do it. 10 grams of sugar per mellow puff. So I'm all sugared up. Short ball. Robinson hits it in the air. Chance for Steve Smith. He takes it this time and has not made the mistake twice in a row. And that will be now Robinson dismissed 1 off 6. This game's pretty close to over, ladies and gentlemen. I think that when Broad goes out, he's going to get a pat on the back, says Jacob, or should I say yellow submersible. And also ain't over till the obese lady sings, and game over, says Taran and coffee and lots of Haribo. Says Wolf Song. Steve Smith. Great catch. Looked straight at the crowd because he knew that they were against him. And Robinson now. You wonder if it was necessary to go for that big, expansive shot earlier on. Share your mellow puffs, bro. Well, now there's none left. So, you know, you can have the packet if you would like it. See, nothing in there. You can have the packet if you like. There might be a couple crumbs. Delightfully fluffy. They were actually quite hard. I think it's because it's -2 degrees at the moment where I am. She's not very warm. That's why I've been firing up the fire in between the sessions, getting going with it. The thing is, it's 2:20 a.m. But I feel like I'll still be awake for another like 3 or 4 hours just because I feel like this is the best time to edit and get stuff done because it's late at night. But I do have work tomorrow, actually, now that I think about it. That's probably not smart. We'll see how it goes. And what a sad guy, Oos, says Nazi Williams. But now, making his way to the middle, will be Josh Tongue. Stuart Broad. Ready. Possibly take strike. I think they did cross over. Oh, no, they actually didn't in the end. 49 matches for Josh Tongue at first class level. Average of 12.7. Just Jimmy Anderson remaining. Cummins picks up the wicket. He's on 3, so he could still get another 2 here and manage to clean himself up at 5 for. This would make the Ashes series 2-0 in favour of the Australians. Labuschagne is going in on the offside. They've said short pitch bowling. Are you good at operating with little sleep? Not at all. Terrible at it, in fact. If I get less than about 7 or 8 hours, I hardly can function. Which some of you guys will know from late night live streams. I get to a point how, some people get alcohol drunk. I get tired drunk. How when I get to a certain point of tiredness, it's like I've been heavily drinking, and I just go off on a weird tangent, just talking a whole heap of weirdness. Surely mellow puff. It's just another term for smoking God's lettuce. Says Grant. How did England turn this around so well? Says LB. Ben Stokes. He's just been very, very strong. Oh, was that in the helmet of Josh Tong? The thing is, Cummins keeps on apologising, going, sorry, didn't mean to hit you in the helmet, but you did. You bounced him. You're accurate enough bowler. You knew what you were doing. So you only apologise because he didn't hit it with his bat. Renshaw said it was the helmet. Oh, yeah, it was. And I think the French invented cricket in the same vein the Amazon natives were kicking a rubber ball, or it was called football. How are you going to work tomorrow? The good news is I'm starting work relatively early, so I'll probably just go right through and then work till probably afternoon and then sleep. Just knock out at about probably 6, something like that. Get a big rest in. They are just doing the testing of. He said he didn't feel it, Josh Tongue, so he will be able to continue. You're also going to let him use the same helmet, which I thought they weren't allowed to do. No matter where it hit you on the helmet, I thought they had to switch it out just for safety. You can thank Ben Stokes for letting out the fire from within for that. But you could see straight away Stokes was disappointed. The fact that it went nowhere near where he was aiming. A big wicket for Australia there. Sooner or later, he's just going to smack him across the nose with that bat. If he keeps at that dirty play, says Will Song, and nothing like making your own rumbles, Hammy, with real alcohol. Nicely played again from Tong. Mate Smithy nearly cost Australia the game. Says Big Al. He nearly did, yes, but he redeemed himself when I guess he took the catch of Robinson. That probably wasn't quite redeeming, but yeah, it was tight there for a while. I think a lot of people were on the edge of their seats. 60% chance England were winning at one point. Now they are down to about 25%. And that was before they lost the wicket of Robinson, so probably about 15% now. Josh Tongue. Yet to get himself a run. Australia need 2 wickets to win. England still needs 69 runs. Another short ball. Ducking underneath it there, Tom. Like I mentioned, Cummins, he still has time to get himself his 5 foot. If he cleans up 2 more wickets, not only will Australia win, but he will have 5 wickets all by himself. And a lucky Carey took a catch and not someone else, says Big Al. He's normally pretty safe, Alex Carey. He took a screamer earlier on at the Duckett one, wasn't it? Oh, that was close. Catching up with it there. Hung on the leg side. That will be the end of the over. 302 for 8. Another 45 minutes remaining of this session, I believe. They lose another wicket. I heavily feel they won't go for another session. Oh, Nathan Lyons just tried to get up and his calf is absolutely done. Unfortunately, there we go. He's got some crutches. Going to keep mobile and carry safe gloves. Here's Big Al. Next batsman to the crease, it will be Jimmy Anderson. High scorer, Stokes 155. Duckett 83. But other than that, like Joe Root was the next highest scorer with 18. So you would have to say just overall not enough runs coming from the rest of the side for this run chase. Well thought out plan from Carey and Hazelwood to get ducked out. Duck it out, says Jacob there. Well, the benefit you've got with Duckett is he is an aggressive batsman. So eventually he's going to try and hit you. And he's going to get one wrong because the majority of the balls before that, he was hitting them quite nicely. Oh, that was a little ramp shot attempted there from Stuart Broad. Bit of a different shot from what we have seen so far. that Mitchell Stark. He's had a fine third man in the deep and go out guns blazing T20 style, says Nazi Williams. I think that's what Robinson tried, though, and he didn't quite get the tactic right. Because the thing is, they have got a lot of gaps out there on the field where he could have been taking singles, but he decided he wanted to try and hit it in the air. Oh, swatted away by Stuart Broad. It's a wicket. It's taken there by Cam Green, and that'll be the end of Broad. Just a number 10 and a number 11. Does Broad get any acknowledgement from the Australians? I like to think that someone would go over to him. Although you don't know whether you want to because he was fired up earlier on. At this point, I'd let Lyon go back to the hotel and rest that leg, says Wolf Song. Now 1 wicket away, the Aussies. Stuart Broad had to swat it away from his head. And charging in there, Cam Green, good take. And a couple big mitts. And now 302 for 9, the English. Stuart Broad, massive, massive applause needed for that man. The fact that he muscled up, took about 7 shots to the body with the cricket ball for the sake of his side. Will be a losing effort today, unfortunately, but certainly shown a lot of heart. A massive round of applause from all of the men inside of the changing sheds. Fell asleep now, just woke up. Great finish, says Hanoi and Broad. Broad's not giving him any after that, says Nazi Williams. Another chant for Jimmy Anderson going around the ground. 1 wicket remaining for the Australians. This one's not going out of this session, I don't think. In fact, this one may not even be going out of this over. Hazelwood, he's taken away the opportunity for Cummins to get 4. To get 5. He's now opened up the opportunity for himself to be able to get the 4. Here comes Jimmy Anderson. Best of 81. That would do it. And 7 shots. And no one is going to call foul play, says Wolf Song. 7 shots. Oh, yeah, getting hit with the ball. Yeah, no, I'm confused about it a little bit because he was just getting smacked. The ball over and over and over again. And Jonesy said it's not over yet. Stranger things have happened. They have. And I mean, if Ben Stokes has shown us anything in this test match, it's that if you can dig your heels in, you can time that ball, it can sail to the boundary. But I think Australia, if you're Aussie here, you've got to have a field round the bat, don't you? Or do you think they'll just go with the short ball again? I think they'll go short ball again, unfortunately. Your man Broad finally back in the shed, says Big Al. Right. 1 wicket away here for the Australians. Jimmy Anderson works it beautifully down to deep third man. Cam Green feels it, but that will be the single. Jimmy Anderson now off the mark. Just showing Stokes 6s. How many is that? That was 9, I believe, but he did just slow down nearly at 25 Gs, my G. All those long weekends, all those long hours. Well deserved, celebrate with the KFC, says Nazi there. He's sort of weaved out of the way. It was his own fault, says Jacob. He's still Broad. There's a lot of hitting areas, says Hanoi. And Jimmy, a quick 50? I don't think so. Imagine if he did, though. Imagine if he had pretty much all of the strike and then Tong at the other end just hung in there. You can see the emotion on Stokes' face, though. You can almost see the tears in the eyes, the disappointment of this game slipping away from the fingers. Short ball to Josh Tong that looked close to the glove. Some of the top order England batsmen must be kicking themselves, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. Well, that's the thing I mentioned about it. You have Stokes with 155. You got Duckett in the 80s. The next highest was 18, and that was Joe Root. Other than that, everyone was getting close to that double figures. I believe, 11. I think Stuart Broad might have been the 4th highest run scorer for England. So it's the other men just didn't quite step up the way they needed to. Ponds 4 for 45. That's where they lost it, says Big Al. Giving themselves space. It's chipped up and it's safe. Goes in between the bowler and the man in close, Matty Renshaw. I'm trying to keep a cool head here. Got to try and decide whether or not he wants to go after him. And it kind of looked like he was going to, but then just ended up having to block it. We would take 1 run and over pretty much, says Jonesy. Well, that's the thing. There's plenty of overs left in the day, isn't there? But just that one wicket. And you can't blame Ben because really dug in there. Root went out early and it all just fell apart from there, says Wolf Song. Short ball again. Tries to step across. Isn't able to connect. That'll be the end of the over. 303 for 9. It's Cummins saying he wants a couple men back. Or does he? I'd love to see them knock the stumps over for this final wicket rather than going with the short stuff. You know, it would just be more. I was going to say it would be more honourable, but we've already seen earlier on in the Test match that doesn't seem to be an option. So I think this is going to be short, unfortunately, for Jimmy Anderson, and I just hope that he doesn't end up getting hit with the ball. There are question marks of whether he will even be in the next side. I'll bring Smithy on now to bowl his offies, says Big Al. Well, that's the thing. That's very strategic, Big Al, and I wish that they were thinking that same way because when you consider it, you don't have Nathan Lyon next week. So who's that guy you're going to give the ball to? I assume it's Todd Murphy, but you want a backup spinner. You know, give Travis Head a couple overs, get the arm going over. But I think because Cummins, he was going to be bowling the over and he said, nah, this is me. I want to finish this off. Short ball, slapped down by Jimmy Anderson. They hit him in the arm guard. Cummins was expensive compared to Cummins. Says Jacob and Watt on and says, well, song, yeah. But like, you know, pitch it up a little bit. That was actually well worked by Jimmy Anderson off the back handle, in fact. And back, how the hell have we gone from needing 4 weeks to win to needing just the 1? Says Amelia. Well, once Stokes was gone, unfortunately, the floodgates just started opening up. That was a better ball from Cummins. Outside of off stump, a little bit short, but still that hittable length. Like they've said, Jimmy Anderson hasn't played a huge amount of hooks in his career, but they've got the men out there just in case he decides to take it on. Absolutely gutted, but thanks for the content. Being too class. Says mainly, and I've hugely appreciated you being here. We are going to be back for the 3rd Test match. Just around the corner. Nice shot from Jimmy Anderson. Gets himself the single. Ben Stokes happens, says Grant. I leave for 30 minutes to watch the Money in the Bank replay, and this happens, says Amelia. Well, be sure not to put any spoilers in, because I haven't actually seen much of it. I only saw the first one. 67 runs. Still required. 1 and over would get them close. Like they've said, England, they won't look for the draw here. They won't try and block out a session and a half. They will try and be as positive as they can be. I believe Tung has been given that role of go after him a little bit more than Jimmy Anderson. Another field change, another man on the leg side. Another short ball. Nice shot from Tung there. Punched off the back foot. This is going to be at least 2. And Cummins is actually chased after this one. And that is the problem when you got the field, the set field the way that they do. Cummins, the bowler, had to run and chase that one down for the 3. 5-0 England, mark my words. Says Sacred in the Pommy Baz ball. It's been a complete disaster, says Mumbo Jumbo Kiwi. I don't think it's been too bad because you got to ask yourself the question, if England had played without the Bazball technique, could this have been worse? And I think a lot of people with the form that England was in would have probably said, yeah, it would have been a worse off series for the English. So I don't see anything wrong with the Bazball style from the English. 64 runs now needed. Anderson, straighter delivery. Better from Cummins. Attack the stumps. Don't go with the short ball. 85 miles an hour. He's fired up now. Oh, come on, Ozzy, come on. Bazball very entertaining, says Big Al. The fact that the first and the second test have gone the 5 days makes it more enjoyable, says Amelia. And plus, with that first test, had we not seen Bazball, we wouldn't have seen a result in favour of the Aussies. So, you know, it progresses the test match. We've had a bit of rain here. as well for this test. Hopefully, the third match we don't have too much of it around. Okay, now we've got the short ball. Clip the thigh pad. That'll be the end of the Anderson over of facing and the Cummins over of bowling. 307 for 9. And Aussie just have the better bowlers, says mainly. And the problem that England found themselves in was when you ended up facing up against these really strong bowlers, they just wouldn't give you any breathing space. It would be constant ball outside of off stump, outside of off stump. And eventually England were getting themselves out. We saw that throughout the 2021 Ashes series. Whereas in this series, we have seen, at least when England have been under pressure, they've still been able to attack and get runs on the board rather than getting bowled out for a lot less and losing by an innings and some. 230 runs from Tongue and Anderson. We may have a close game, fingers crossed. Yeah, the Wolves song of 1 to 2 overs or 2 runs and over still possible. If you break it down, history always there to be broken, says Nazi Williams. Now Tongue on strike. Hazelwood, short ball. Nicely played by Tongue. Anderson, he took one step out of the crease at the non-striker's end and said, no, you stay there. And pie in the sky, it'll never happen, says Mumbo. That's what they said about that Stokes and Leach innings, didn't they? Australia still needing 1 wicket to win. Hazelwood again, charging in. Another short ball, way down leg side this time, unable to catch up with it there, Tom. Is there any rain in the forecast? Just wondering, Take a bit more time out of this contest, make it intriguing. And come on, England, says Wolfsong. I think the tricky part here for England is even if they hit 10 fours, they still need 20 more runs, which I know doesn't sound like a lot, but the 10 fours is. That side of things takes a while. Tong tried to catch up with it again. He just can't quite strike it at the moment. Come on, England, says Wilson. Who's the hottest New Zealand cricketer ever? Ross Taylor. Oh, it's a no ball. That's an extra run. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'm sure that my mum would know. Probably who her favourites would have been. I don't think I've ever looked at a Kiwi cricketer and been like, oh, yeah. Mainly because they normally wearing a helmet, aren't they? So it's hard to tell. Oh, nice. Tong driving. Time to leave the stands before the mob does, says Mumbo Jumbo. Sun's starting to come out in England, though, looking like it's going to be a relatively nice afternoon. It's great news. You are female, says Nazi Williams. And I hope so. And Jithan Raval is pretty hot, says Siddhartha. He hasn't had too many chances in recent time, has he? Mainly because they aren't playing much. But do you think he's going to be one of the opening test batsmen for them in the future, or do you think they're going to change it up? Oh, that was close to a chance for Australia again. It'll be one of the Kiwi lady cricketers. I'm pretty sure it's not going to rain, but you never know with our weather. You tend to walk out wearing an overcoat and shorts. There's Will Song. That clubhouse looks like an alien ship. Here's Hanoi. How many balls remaining in this over? I think it's 1 more. If I'm not wrong. Is it 2 more? 1 more. Tong. Pitches it up. Great shot off middle stump. That would have ended up going through the middle stump had he missed it, but brilliant hand-eye coordination there from Tong, and that will be the end of the over. If Hamish played for New Zealand, you definitely would be the hottest ever, says Siddhartha. Thank you very much. I think 95 at least % of the Kiwi population probably disagree. I mean, people like Kane Williamson quite a bit. Kane Williamson, fun fact, there's a bloke who looks just like him who works at the local mechanics. And sometimes you kind of have to check for a second. You're like, hang on, what if Kane Williamson does take his car there? Please go out, England. I want to sleep, says Jacob. Oh, that's an ugly short ball to Jimmy Anderson, but he's been able to fend it away once again. That will be now the end of the over, I should say. It's 300 and 9 for 9. They don't want to give up, though, do they, England? I feel like that is something that's been pretty awesome to see. Like the aggression slash commitment from Ben Stokes. That was great to watch. Alongside that, we have seen some great work from Stuart Broad. Ben Duckett, he dug his heels in early on in the contest. Now, Anderson and Tongue. Still 62 runs to go and 63 overs. We've got 3 overs till the new. Oh, it's Mitchell Stark. Please. Now, this will tell us a lot here. If Mitchell Stark pitches the ball up, we know that that's why he's been brought into the bowling attack because they want him to pick up the wicket by bowling them. If they go short stuff here with Stark, and the reason they've changed him is because he can get a little bit of extra pace down there. It's a bit rough. Who's your favourite New Zealand cricketer of recent times? I mean, I enjoy watching Kane Williamson with his batting. Oh, slightly shorter ball from Stark, but it didn't really bounce a huge amount. And Aussie fielders must be waxing smiles all over the wicket. There's Mumbo Jumbo. And does it come on England just a run away or just a run over? Play it safely. Let's keep it going. Says Jonesy. And let's show the Aussies how to dig our heels in, says Wolf Song. Now down to 61. Match figures for Mitchell Stark. He's been able to take 5 wickets in total, 4.5 for his economy, so actually relatively expensive, but still not too bad when you're up against the Bazball technique. They're just showing that perfect in swinger that he bowled to to Ollie Pope. That's all he needs to do is just pitch it up there, get it on the stumps, and he could have Jimmy Anderson gone here within a couple balls. But it's whether or not they want to do that tactic. They go short to Jimmy Anderson too, although Stark doesn't look like he can quite bang it in the way that he'd like to. Whereabouts do you live in New Zealand? So the easiest way of describing it, because it's quite a small town, is halfway in between Christchurch and Dunedin. Smack bang in the middle. I think NASA in the commentary box is just asking the question, why are they going for this tactic, knowing that Jimmy Anderson more than likely isn't going to try a hook shot? They're hoping it will just bounce up to one of those guys in close. Short mid-off silly point is what it's changed. Oh, that's hit Jimmy Anderson in the head. He says he's all right. See, this is pretty rough from the Aussies. Just pitch the ball on the stumps. Okay, never mind, he did. Do you honestly think he's going to divulge that information? Says Will Son, but yeah, Jimmy Anderson hitting the helmet again. Like, the reason they brought on Stark is now evident, and that was to try and hurt Jimmy Anderson, which I feel like is not really what it should be, you know? That's hit him right in the grill. And ask for his national insurance number while you're at it. Says Wolf Song. Ricky Ponting's just saying how good the helmets are these days because it hit the grill pretty hard. But why was it okay when the English used the short ball against the Aussies? Says Hensel. Well, both sides have used the same tactic. The difference in this case is the fact that they've decided to bring in their quickest bowler to take out the number 11. But I can see what you're saying. You're saying that it should be fair game, but I don't remember too many Aussie number 11s getting hit in the head with the ball, rather instead just around that chest area or over the top. They know well and truly that Jimmy Anderson can't defend himself with that short ball because of that extra pace. They're just showing Ricky Ponting there when he was back in the day, got a little bit of a cut. Is it because the Aussies are better at it? No, it's because there's more pace on the ball. So the difference between facing Ollie Robinson, who's bowling 130 Ks, or even sometimes 125, and facing Mitchell Stark, who's bowling about 145 kilometers an hour, there's a big difference. So Aussie should not do it because they quicker and better at it, says Enzo. I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to say that it's justified trying to kill a tailwinder, but I don't think it's really like Australia could have finished this game if they just bowled at the stumps. And they know that. But Jimmy Anderson looks like he's going to be all right. The difference is we're not aiming at the batter's head all the time. Says Wolf Song there. And tailwinders have salvaged tests in the past. Highly skeptical here, though. Says Mumbo Jumbo. Now NASA. Okay. Right, Ricky Ponting in the commentary box. Here you go. You might be an Aussie supporter, but you got an Aussie great in the commentary box saying he doesn't feel this is right. So you aren't really in the majority category, Hensel, in this case. Because it's James Anderson, mate. He's 42 and can't bat. Says mainly, and it's sport. If you can't take the heat, retire, says Hensel. And Aussie tailwinders has salvaged tests in the past. Highly skeptical here, though. It looks like they are going to be. There's no Craig Nichols left. Oh, it's going to have to end in a draw because they got no helmets left. They're going to have to find one. The worst thing for Australia here is, yes, tactically, they want to get the last wicket, but this is going to use up more time for the English. Jimmy Anderson's just chilling. Don't care. It's all fair, says Hensel. You were probably a heavy supporter of the Johnny Bairstow dismissal too, weren't you? Same old Aussies, or same old dirty Aussies. Oh, you will be remembered for. And it's called Teamabrew. Put on a helmet and let's toss a few at your head. See how long he lasts, says Wolf Song. The thing is, they wouldn't want to. That's the big thing. Like, if you were given the option of facing Robinson, like, I don't know why Cummins has stopped bowling here. Because, like, yes, he's a bit slower. Don't take it personally. He's just a bit slower. But, I would have thought that, he would have cleaned up the last wicket. In fact, I could almost guarantee that he would have got that last wicket. Do you like living in New Zealand? I may not mind living in New Zealand or Australia, but it seems so far away from everywhere else. It's all right if you don't like traveling huge distances. Like, that's the thing. For me, I've only ever been out of the country a few times, going to either Australia or Indonesia was the other trip that I went on. I'm not an international cricket, so don't get your point, says Hensel. Wait, so you're not in favour of the Bairstow dismissal? Okay. So you're saying for me that I'm picking and choosing what dismissals I like and whatnot, but you are doing the same? Interesting. I would not like to face Brett Lee, says Sergio. And what's your opinion on the Bairstow run out? Poor sportsmanship at its finest, unfortunately. Like Cummins, he was given the option to take away his appeal, and they went, yeah, nah, we'll go with that one. Bairstow was not out for me. So you're picking and choosing what ones you like. Well, I'm doing the same with my quick bowlers. I'm saying that Stark shouldn't be bowling bounces to a tailwinder. I'm saying Cummins, if he's allowed to, fair play to a certain extent, as long as it's not a guy who he clearly knows won't be able to defend himself. And not you are the responsible for Wolf Songs wants to bowl at me, says Enzel. But you did just say there Bairstow was not out for you. So because of that, that's one law. The other law is intimidation. Hypocrisy, I smell hypocrisy, says Wolf Song. I know this is payback time. Come on, this is old school bowling, says Mumbo Jumbo. And now Stark tries the short one again. That'll be the end of the over. Great work from Anderson to still be out there. End of the over. Or is it? No, there's still one more ball. Can we all agree Ashes is peak cricket? Says mainly. I mean, it's certainly like entertainment factor wise, drama wise. Like, you don't get many games of cricket that have that same feel, bring out the same emotion in the two fan bases, and just the test cricketing world, I guess, as the Ashes does. This is Test cricket, says Sergio. All right, Stark, one ball left. Is it the Yorker? No, it's a short ball again. Anderson defends it well. I think he meant he doesn't want balls bowled at his helmet head. This is a cricket heritage. Says all song. There I was. So why when Jofra Archer did this last Ashes, he played it. He played it was okay. Says Hensel. So why when Jofra Archer did this last Ashes, he played it was okay. When he played it was okay. Says Hensel. It depends on the batsman you're bowling to, because I assume the one that you're talking about is the Steve Smith getting hit in the head. Now I don't know if you know anything about Test match batting rankings, but Steve Smith is a little bit higher up on those rankings than someone like a Jimmy Anderson, who bats number 11, whereas Steve Smith, he's in the top 5 batsmen in the world. So I assume you're talking about that scenario. And there's a bit of a difference between the two. What are your hobbies besides watching playing sports? Not a lot, really. I don't get up to much. It doesn't really give me a chance to do too much outside of YouTube. Shot from Tong. It's gone up, though. It's half a chance, but it falls safe. Great work from Josh Tongue to get 2 more runs. I can't imagine how Don Bradman felt with bodyline. Jofra did it to the Aussie tail also, says Hensel. And I assume, in that case, depending on the stage of the match and depending on what the umpire's call were on it, he either would have got maybe a warning, or if he didn't, I assume he would have been very close to it. It's a different situation, you know. That was probably at a stage of the match when you weren't ahead by. That's a great shot from Tongue. Hit down the ground. This might be at least 3 runs here, if not 4. Australia going to have to chase it the whole way. That still runs on the board, says Nazi Williams. It is indeed. But yeah, like bowling to a number 11. In this case, I assume you're talking about Hazelwood, or are you talking about Lyon was batting number 11 here? Because some would even argue, depending on the batsman, it's all coming down to that law of intimidation, which I highly recommend you have a read of the book, because it will help you understand a bit better. And Tongue either score a 6 or get caught out. You're tugging at my heartstrings, says Wolf Song. Now 56 more runs remaining for the English to be able to get themselves the victory. They did get themselves 3 runs there. Right. Here comes Hazelwood. Another short ball. I'm just saying, why are we going after the Aussies for this? Don't get me wrong, I dislike their team loads. But if it's fine one way, it needs to be the other way also, says Enzo. And I agree. Anyone who is bowling bounces to tail enders should be punished. The reason we're going after the Aussies is because it is the most relevant one, seeing as it's currently happening. You know? We can be like, oh, remember that underarm from way back in the day? That's why bowlers have to do it over the top now. But we talk about the current situations. Another bouncer there. One's gone over the head of Jimmy Anderson. But yeah, there's a big difference in terms of the intent in this one, just in this current scenario, compared to the bounces that we have seen bowled earlier on in the game. Yes, we can look at old series. We can look back at the Windies from the 1980s and say, oh, should they have been doing that? But in the relevance of this test match is what we're talking here. You know, Barry from the servo might be bowling bounces. There might have been a glove on it. Australia might go upstairs just to check. Yeah, Big Bazza from the servo, he might be bowling bounces every weekend, but because it's not relevant to this scenario, we don't talk about Big Bazza's bounces, you know? Anderson looks pretty content here. 100% glove is what we've just heard from Marnus Labuschagne. And there as well, and both is good. There's Wolf Song. Right, what is this hit? Yeah, there's just a little noise off maybe that thumb of Jimmy Anderson as he went to evade. And does it hit the front glove too? No, it doesn't hit the front glove, but does it get the back? Yes, it does. So that will be the final wicket in this matchup. The Australians, they will go 2-0 up in this Ashes series, heading into the third, where they might be able to secure. I don't agree international cricket. If they can't take a retire or get better, says Hensel. Once again, recommend reading the rule book because even the commentators throughout this one, ex-cricketers, have mentioned about, wait, it's not out. Sorry, it's not out, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to continue playing for a little bit longer. It's actually hit him in the end on the arm. Where's DRS, says Ricky Ponting, for the old school one when he ended up getting out. Nicely evaded again by Jimmy Anderson. So they're pitching the ball up to Tongue. Once again, interesting because he's a number 10 batsman. So if anything, you would think bowling short to him would be the better option. Jeebus 3 a.m. New Zealand time, says Nazzy Williams. And there's hope, says Nazzy there as well. And oh well, can't win them all. Well done, Australia. Although they gave it as not out. There was Snicko, but it was actually okay. So there's I should mention, it's a little bit different because Jimmy Anderson, it hit his glove, but his glove was not connected to the bat. So because of that, it means it's not out. I got all excited there for that one. Why England face both tests facing wrong decision, says Jagannath. GG lad says mainly, although second new ball available in 1 over. Stark will continue his spell. I believe it is going to be, is it Jimmy Anderson again on strike here? No, it's Tongue instead. They bowl it short. He's hit it out beautifully to the man in the deep, but they'll take the single, which now means Jimmy Anderson has to face 5 deliveries of short stuff again. What? Says Wolfsong. So yeah, pretty much because his glove wasn't connected to his bat, because he was holding the bat like this. This hand's got the bat and it hit this hand without the bat. It's called as not out, they just said. Anderson again on strike. Hit him in the armpit. Able to knock it away. Face both tests, facing wrong decision. Tell Hamish, says yeah. In what way? Like facing as in like they batted? I'm confused. Yeah, that one's hit him in the shoulder or in the arm region there. Jimmy Anderson again. Come on, Anderson. Get us a couple of runs. Australia, another short one. Nicely worked by Anderson to keep it down. I think Broad playing too defensive. They're high-performing athletes. You can't expect anything less. There's Mumbo Jumbo. Moment, Nathan Lyon just getting a tap on the shoulder. He is one of those athletes who unfortunately will not be playing in the next test match. I wouldn't be thinking. He's got a relatively severe calf injury. Stokes, he's just sitting watching on at the moment. He would have loved to get himself that extra maybe 30 or 40 runs. That one's hit Anderson on the arm again. Unfortunately for Anderson, he's just not quick enough to get out of the way of these. So anytime it's short, it's going to be hitting him in the body or in the helmet. Crowd are getting behind him, though. They are trying to give him that little bit of courage to just keep on getting hit with that ball. Stark. That one went close to hitting the stumps. I'm still thinking a Yorker would finish this game for the Australians. They aren't keen on that, though. I feel like they know what their tactic is that they wanted to get the players out with, and that is the short ball. So until they get them out with the short ball, I think they're just going to keep on going and going some more. Almost standing on the stumps there, Jimmy Anderson. Do you have a gaming channel? We do kind of, but not quite. It's called the Kiwi Lads Entertainment, although there is swearing on that one, I should mention, with myself and George. Go on, Anderson. There's Wilson, but that is the end of another over. Now the new ball will be available. Assume that Hazelwood will continue from the other end. Josh Tongue, though, he has impressed probably quite a few people with the way that he has batted here, sitting on 10 runs off 19 deliveries at the moment. You know, those slowly add up. Yes, there's a very, very long way to go. And probably only a matter of time until we see this final English wicket. Second new ball is available. I don't believe the Aussies will be going for it. Okay, Cam Green. They have actually taken the new ball and they've given it to Cam Green. I wonder if he's been told by Cummins bowl it short or he's been told just have a little bit of a crack Phil. I'd love to see him pitch that one up, see how much this new ball's actually swinging for the Aussies. Oh, says Jagabello. You're not a Kiwi without a couple of swears now, are you? Says Wolf Song. True. Another short ball. Great shot from Josh Tong. That's gone all the way for 6. Another short ball. No, it's just a 4-1 bounce in the end. He's decided with. Oh, no, sorry. They haven't taken the new ball. I thought they just mentioned that they had. And Ricky Ponting has no idea why they haven't. They assume it so that Stark can have it. Oh, nicely worked to the leg side by Josh Tong. That's going to be at least another 2 runs here for the English. He will keep the strike and he now moves up to 16, less than 50 runs now for England. Oh, let's go, yeah. Some life in this game, says Wolf Song, and Joe Root can't help but applaud the spirit and the determination from his lower order. He's almost played that ball off the pitch. That is how much space he is giving Cam Green to just knock over his stumps, but the Aussies don't want to. They want to get the short ball wicket. Here comes Green. Another short ball way down the leg side. That's going to be called as a wide. They almost managed to get themselves a bye as well. Stay alive, lads. We're here for you. You stay also alive. Here's a Wolf Song. One wasn't called as a wide. Crowd once again with the same old Aussies always cheating chant going around the ground. Another short ball. The moment it's become too predictable from the Australians. England, they're just able to rock back, wait for it, and then duck underneath it or evade. One pitched up ball is all it will take to take out this English tail, to finish this game. Where does Steve Smith rank amongst the greatest Ashes cricketer of all time? Top 5, top 3? For the greatest Ashes cricketers, he'd definitely be in the top 5, I would think. It's just a question of who else you'd have in that 5. Another short ball, well played by Tong. Takes the single and has said, I'm willing to take on Mitchell Stark here. Of course, gets a massive round of applause there from the crowd. Oh, sorry, one more ball. Ricky Ponting in the commentary box cannot understand why they are not attacking the stumps here of the English tail enders. One ball for Jimmy Anderson here from Cam Green. New ball available. It's a little bit better. That's going to be another run taken by Jimmy Anderson, although it will now mean that he will be facing the next over, which means Mitchell Stark, they will end up taking this new ball more than likely. He'll be going for the neck, unfortunately. 48 to win LOTAB, says Nazi Williams. I mean, they're slowly cutting it down. There's still a mountain to climb, of course. Now Mitchell Stark. Like he is going to be taking this next over. Still no sign of spin today. Oh no. Looks like he might still have the old ball for one or two more, and Stokes gave you the hope. Now use it, lads. Says Wolf Song. Still with the old ball. Maybe working on the theory it won't travel as far off the bat. Still doesn't look too bad for an 80 over ball, though, I will say. Yeah, new ball, says Marnus. Where's Cummins going? Is he going to get the new ball? No, they are still setting up with the old one. Anderson on strike. Another short ball, half chance there for Renshaw. But they get the single. And now Tongue back on strike. Ricky Ponting now just saying as well, why have they not taken the new ball if they're still going to bowl the short stuff? That was just wide of Marnus. Didn't quite have enough time to react to it out to his left-hand side. I love it when the total impossible becomes possible, says Nazi Williams. I think it's just like we're seeing the heart of this English side because people, I mean, they've been heavily critical of the bats ball technique. Given space, hit down the ground from Tongue. That's going to be at least 2 runs here. He's definitely more capable of playing that short stuff than Jimmy Anderson. And now the Aussies, they might have to come up with a new tactic to him because this is cut down to now 44 runs required for the English. And nothing's over until the obese hippo is still singing. But yeah, I think it's just shown that even with Bazball, people felt that that was a way of England, like, not digging in. But like, this has been a very honourable innings from the man. Shot mate, says Nazi Williams. Gets it straight down the ground. Bowled him. Pitched the ball up. Got the wicket. They could have done that about 7 overs ago, but they decided first that they wanted to try and knock a couple English heads off. But that is going to be the end of this test match, ladies and gentlemen. The Australians now with a 2-0 lead. What is England's strategy here? Go for the win, hold on for the 59. Well, they did seem like they were attacking, so they were trying to cut it down as much as they could. I just looked up the Kiwi Lads Entertainment. I had no idea it existed. This is proper old school stuff. Awesome. Says Mumbo Jumbo. Yeah, there's videos of us playing the Wii. There's us reacting to Gordon Ramsay. And they're gone, says Hensel. What type of ball was it that got? No, man, we're on good terms, aren't we, Hensel? I was going to say what type of ball was it that got him, but I settled down. And see you in the next one, lad. Says mainly minimal. And Joe Hamish says Nazi Williams there, and good night, says Jacob. Good night, mate. And good night, says Siddhartha there as well. And about bloody time, says Amelia. And by commentator's curse, says Nazi Williams. I mean, I've been calling for the pitched up delivery on the stumps for the past 10 overs. They finally used it and they got the wicket. Nathan Lyon, very happy with that one. Forgot he had a sore calf and actually stood up, and that probably caused a little bit more damage. Steve Smith looking over. Listening to you, mate, can't watch. There's Hensel there. Okay, well, I'll explain it. It was pitched up. It was a good ball to a tailwinder. Okay, a good pitched up delivery that got him. Oh well, they tried. You got to love our English heart. Well done, Australia. Fun game, says Will Song. So yeah, the second game is done and dusted. The third just around the corner. We will be covering that one on the Kiwi Lads channel as well. But thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Also, if you want a little bit more cricketing action, be sure to check out that pinned comment. It is myself batting in a matchup. I'll put the link in the chat as well for anyone who does want to check that out. But it is from the most recent season, my first season back in 10 years. Want to give it a look. Be very muchly appreciated. But nonetheless, I do thank you all very much for tuning in. Peter said, thanks, Hamish. I'll be in for the third test. Says Peter, and yeah, should be a good one. Anyway, cheers from a sunny Zurich. Says Hensel here as well. Thank you all very much for tuning in. I will see you all for the next one.